Hello, everyone.
everybody, and welcome to the final regional of the 2022 second robotic season. This is the Carina Regional, and I am joined here today with Nick, who is going to be our fantastic streamer for the day.
Hi, everyone. Excited that you can join us. We're going to have 36 great qualification matches for you today, followed by a round-robin playoffs later in the afternoon. So we've got a whole lot of rapid react action here in SRC Simulator for you this afternoon.
Yep, absolutely. And later today, there was a little bit of an emergency, but we will be being joined by Tegan, who will also be commentating with me later on today. Just had to go run and get something real fast, but she will be joining us in a bit. We're going to try to get this competition done pretty fast here. So why don't we go ahead and take a look at what we are going to do for our first match. Alrighty, it looks like we have all 6 players ready to go on the field. This match is going to have Josh, Logan, and Dar up against Apollo, Metal Jello, and Inbar on that blue side of the field. And yeah, let's get this match underway.
Yeah, just one moment. We're gonna cut back over to the quals, and we'll be able to start this in just a moment. Okay. The players have been notified that the match is about to begin, so we should be ready to start. Again, this is qualification match number 1 of the SRC Carina Regional. In the red alliance, we have Logan, Josh, and Dar. In the blue alliance, we've got Metal Jello, Inbar, and Apollo. Excited to get the action underway on this Saturday for the SRC Carina Regional. Let's get it started.
Alrighty, here we go. Lights out and away we go for the Carina Regional. This event, we're taking a little bit more of a chill vibe. So Nick, I'm actually going to talk to you while we're waiting on Tegan. I feel like I haven't asked you the food question. I've like over the past couple of events, I've asked you, or I've asked the other commentators, like what their favorite like restaurant is, for example, or what their favorite like breakfast food is. What is, like, if you were to go to a restaurant right now, what would you be doing? Like where would you go?
See, that's a interesting question. I mean, I did go to a restaurant last night. Last night I went to a restaurant called Bertucci's. It was like an Italian/pizza restaurant. And I had actually leftovers from that for lunch. So, I mean, that's what I've had recently. But saying if I were to go right now and like,
yeah, like if you were to stand up, stop streaming, and just go to a restaurant, which restaurant would you walk through the doors of?
I mean, like, I probably wouldn't go get pizza again because I did just have that for the last 2 meals in a row. But
right.
I'm not good at these kind of questions. That's pretty hard. I'm pretty indecisive when I pick my food. I have to get someone else to pick what I'm gonna eat for me. Not really, but I've got to have someone narrow it down by at least picking a restaurant for me. So
picking a restaurant. Okay, well, what if I gave you 2 restaurants? Would you be able to choose between the 2 restaurants?
Maybe, sure. Okay.
All right. So, let's see. McDonald's or Chick-fil-A? I note that I don't go to either of these restaurants ever, so I have literally no
I don't go to either of them either, but like
all right, well that
but like I mean, Chick-fil-A obviously has the chicken, right? But McDonald's also has chicken, right?
Yes, both of them have chicken, I think.
But McDonald's has more things besides chicken, so I might go there. Like, they have ice cream machines, hypothetically. We're rounding out this first match, by the way. We can pay attention to the climbs here. It looks like, I think Apollo missed the climb with the 4907 bot, the jump bot. So that is going to be unfortunate there. Although it is a big lead by that red alliance. Obviously the jump bot miss contributed to it, but very unfortunate for that blue alliance, and it's going to be our first red alliance victory for match number 1. So that is going to give 4 ranking points to the red alliance, 1 ranking point to the blue alliance there. And it is 2 traversals and 1 high climb on the red alliance, whereas there's only 2 high climbs on the blue alliance. And I believe the blue alliance, the blue alliance misses that end game RP but gets the cargo RP.
Yeah, but something to note is that 230 is even in the past couple of events, 230 is still a very high score. So it's quite impressive by that red alliance. Of course, everyone was kind of laughing about the fact that Dar, Josh, and Logan all ended up on an alliance, and Logan with a 101 for contribution. That's kind of nuts.
Yep, definitely, yeah. So we're gonna take a look at match number 2, which is getting started, or getting ready to get started here on this second field. We've got Mongoose, Bionic, and Digital Fire on the red alliance, and we've got Gabriel, George, and Cone on the blue alliance.
It looks like we are still missing 1 player. It looks like Bionic is our player that is currently missing. Oh, Bionic is now on the field. Will they move? Question mark? Large question mark?
It looks like they're ready to start.
Oh,
yeah.
There they go.
Okay.
All right.
So we can get
this match
number 2 underway. And they're off. Okay.
Alrighty. So, okay, wait. Did you answer the question? What was the
most recent question?
It was what was your favorite restaurant, and then you were indecisive. So between McDonald's and Chick-fil-A.
Between those two, I would pick McDonald's because there's more options.
Okay.
Plus, they've got things like ice cream machine, or although it's a meme that it's frequently broken, but there's other stuff that there's a little bit of stuff that I could probably find something to do. Plus, they've got the breakfast stuff. The breakfast stuff is pretty good as well. So.
Right. Well, I didn't even think about the breakfast stuff. Breakfast stuff sometimes slaps.
Yep.
Although it's McDonald's, so how good can it possibly be? I
mean, you can get an egg and cheese or something like that. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, this is true. This is true. All right, that's a respectable answer, I feel.
Although I'm not in a breakfast mood at the moment, so for right now, I probably wouldn't go with the breakfast thing. But.
Right. Oh, see, I'm always in a breakfast mood. It doesn't matter if it's 1 a.m., if it's 6 a.m., if it's 7 p.m. or midnight. I will eat breakfast food. I don't care. It's always good. I think when I was a little kid, I was hella allergic to eggs and stuff. And so when I got older, I got to actually I kind of grew out of the allergy, and so I was able to actually eat breakfasty foods, and now it's just an addiction. And so I'll just eat breakfast foods at any time of the day. It's always a vibe. Looking at this match here, 30 points separating these 2 alliances. I mean, honestly, I feel like you gotta, breakfast is one of those things you gotta eat. It's clear some players, maybe didn't eat breakfast before the event, and when you don't eat breakfast before the event, then you get a little hungry. Bionic with 6 contribution, man, gotta eat them breakfast sandos. Otherwise, it's just you're gonna have that 6 contribution. You don't really want to go into an event hungry, because then you're all you're gonna screw up. You're gonna be all over the place. You're not gonna be focusing as good, and it's just a tough time. Tragedy in the hangar zone. The good old saying there for the Red Alliance as we end this match 216 to 137 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Look like Mongoose saying that Bionic has seconds of ping for some reason. That is insane. That is actually so difficult to play through. with that much delay. We did, of course, see that affect the end game. 6 end game score for that Red Alliance, which means they only got a singular mid climb. 36 for that Blue Alliance, meaning that they got 2 traversals and a mid. Just making that gap between the 2 alliances even bigger. Alrighty, and then let's take a look at match number 3 for the day. Match number 3 will be Adam, Javon, and Brennan against Taylu, Maktar, and Flying Dragon. Of course, Adam and Brennan, 2 very veteran players. Javon, also a very good player from the good old times of XRC, against a fairly new other alliance. I mean, within all of the players on the Blue Alliance are all within. They all joined within, I think, the past year and a half, somewhere around there. Either way, let's find out how this match is gonna go.
Flying Dragon hasn't joined the Blue Alliance server yet, so...
Oh, yep, that'd do it. My bad.
It looks like they are sitting in the wrong voice channel and are in the voice channel for Blue Even instead of Blue Odd, so they might be a little bit confused.
Everything looks like they're in the right spot now.
Okay, yeah. Okay, so we'll get started with match number 3. And they're off.
All right.
All the players instantly earning those points.
Yup, that is in fact. Yep, that is something that you would in fact do in a funny robot game, is earn points. You'd be correct on that one there, Nick. I'm gonna stop calling everything anything. I'm just gonna say points from now on. It doesn't matter if it's a cargo point or climb, it's all points.
So something last match, I mean, I know that you were talking about how I believe it was Bionic that had the low contribution from last match, and Bionic was on the 973 robot, which has only a tank drive, and it does have a turret, but it's a lot harder to maneuver because of that tank drive. And we're seeing over here Flying Dragon and Maka also on that 973 this match, I believe, right? And both of them do have the low contributions so far as well. So a little bit of a pattern that we're seeing there, perhaps, and I'm seeing a little bit of troubles that I'm noticing with the hard to maneuver, especially last match. We were seeing a lot of 973 bumping into its alliance partners, and we see Flying Dragon get that I believe a possession foul there, I assume, and getting a little bit tied up, kind of zigzagging back and forth a little bit. So definitely interesting to see. Maybe we'll see the maneuverability of that robot and these players improve as the event goes on. But
yeah, well, 973 has always been, as a tank-only robot, it's significantly harder to drive. Those swerves are just a lot more kind of intuitive to drive, and they're a lot more maneuverable. The 973s can actually kind of get stuck on the wall if you do it wrong. So you're naturally going to see these 973s struggle a little bit, but what they have that the other robots don't have is just pure pushing power. They're able to push, I think, like 2 robots at a time and not have any issues, which is super nice when you're playing defense. Not so nice when you're trying to evade defense and shoot. We see this match end here. And
Adam and Taylu go up for the traversal on their 4907s. I believe Flying Dragon with 973 made it to the high, and Maka did not climb at all. So let's head over to the match results for there.
Yep, and 219 with that Red Alliance to 142. 4 RP given to that Red Alliance. Only 1 for the Blue Alliance. Looks like the Blue Alliance just did not get the cargo that they needed in order to get that cargo ranking point. They were 11 cargo balls off, or points, as Nick would say.
Okay, we're going to move on to match number 4. This is on our other field. We've got George, Gabriel, and Metal Jello on this Red Alliance. We've got Bionic, Cone, and Dar on this Blue Alliance. So already, early on, we're seeing some players like Bionic playing their second match. I don't know if Metal Jello. There's several players that are playing their second match already. So I don't know if there's any players that are playing their first match here. Do we know? It looks like it's most players' second match.
Yeah, I think this is everyone's second match. I see. No, actually, Metal Jello. This is Metal. No, Metal Jello played in match 1. Who am I kidding?
Yeah, so it should be everyone's second match already. Yeah.
Wait, no, Cone. This is Cone's first match. No, Cone played a match 2. All right, yeah, everyone's played. Everyone's already played. Who am I kidding? We're all good. We do a little bit of trolling in the morning. Anyway, let's get this match underway.
Okay, match 4, the countdown starting, and the robots are off. And Gabriel on the Red Alliance, as 4907, instantly jumps and tips over. Not sure if that was accidental. I assume that it was accidental, given that he's now moving properly. That's gonna hurt the Red Alliance auto period for sure, because basically that robot was disabled for the majority of the autonomous period when the points are doubled. So, and yet we're still seeing that Red Alliance having the early advantage, which is very interesting when they were like one robot short.
That is one thing about Thunder Stamps, is Thunder Stamps has an amazing climb. Of course, you literally just drive in, pop the button, and you're up. Given that you line up properly, you know. But at any point in the match, you can still hit that button, and sometimes you can use it to your advantage, whether it be like jumping over defense or whatnot. But a good portion of the time, it just kind of screws you over, and you end up just like on your back or something like that, and you have to reset, and then it's no fun. But of course, that is all part of the balancing act with this robot, is that it's really good at climbing, but you know, it can self-sabotage very easily. These two alliances are actually fairly close, only within a couple of cargo balls of each other, which we haven't really seen yet this competition. We've kind of been seeing a lot of clean sweeps, a lot of big point differentials. Of course, that first match, 40 points separated the two alliances. The second match, almost 100 points separated those two alliances. Third match, I math?
Another big
60 plus
number.
20, 80 points about, separating those two alliances. So these alliances are keeping it much closer than we've previously seen.
Still, what I'm seeing here, the MVP George, 78 points contributed. He might even make it to a triple-digit 100 by the end of the match, since there's still 23 seconds remaining. That's so much further ahead than any other player, and it really shows, because the Red Alliance is starting to take a little bit of that advantage. Still close enough that anyone can take it. We're going for climbs now. I think Gabriel's lining up for that jump climb, Cone as well. They're going up. Both of them are up. That's 2 traversals right there. Metal Jello going for that traversal as well, hopefully. Oh, we see a little bit of a foul there. The time goes out. We get 2 traversals on both sides. Of course, Bionic with the mid and Metal Jello with the high. So let's go look at this breakdown. So it is a win obviously going to that Red Alliance. And the Red Alliance will take home 4 ranking points. Blue Alliance taking home 2 ranking points. Oh, it looks like on the Blue Alliance, only 2 of the climbs counted. It looks like one of the climbs, the one that was on mid, might not have gotten up in time. I wasn't looking closely enough, or maybe it was touching the side of the structure, which would have invalidated that climb. So, very interesting.
Yep, and of course, George getting that 101 contribution, matching Logan's contribution from earlier, which we saw. It's pretty high scoring that we're now seeing in this game.
Yeah, triple-digit contribution is very impressive. So that's a very good performance from George there. Heading over to match 5. It doesn't look like we're quite ready to start yet. Hopefully we get the players in the field.
It looks like we're missing on the Blue Alliance. We're missing Maktar, and on the Red Alliance, we're missing Flying Dragon. Does look like Maktar is in, and Flying Dragon is not in yet. Oh, and now Javon is gone.
Javon is still here.
Oh, wait. No, Javon's still there. I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
It was Digital.
Okay.
Digital left.
Yeah.
I'm Digital, Javon, same thing, same person.
So,
all right, Digital is back.
So far, we have seen we got 6 players, so I mean, we might as well start, and then we can talk about what I was going to talk about. But yeah, so let's get the match started. Okay, match 5 is underway. So what I was talking about, we have Brennan, who's ranked 6th right now. He won the 1 match he's in. This is his 2nd match. Javon also won here. Let's see. I believe Apollo lost the 1st match, and so did Flying Dragon. So we'll have to see if these players are able to, for the ones that won last match, continue their winning streak, or the ones that lost last match, maybe they're able to turn things around before they get too far behind, because it is very early. Every player here tonight will be playing 12 qualification matches before we move on to the alliance selection. And as we approach the end of the 1st minute of the match, we're seeing, again, close scores, around 10 points difference, but the Blue Alliance is leading. Brennan and Apollo are basically tied with their contributions. Digital Fire not very far behind as well. And as I say this, Digital Fire passing to become the MVP, at least for the moment. Flying Dragon on the Red Alliance is running that 973 robot, so low contributions, but perhaps they're able to make it up with some defensive plays. Oh, and as I say this, 1 out of the 2 that Flying Dragon shot were misses, so that's not going to help. And looking a little bit confused, Flying Dragon right here. We're seeing them just stand still and move forward and backwards in the middle of the field, not really doing very much. Perhaps they're confused on the controls, or stuck, or having some sort of other problems, because they've been sitting there for about 30 seconds or so without making much progress, not helping the Red Alliance cause very much. We're entering the endgame period soon. We're seeing Javon on red very close to the blue hangar, which is a little bit dangerous for this late in the game. Mac is already going for that climb, as is Flying Dragon. We're going to see if they're able to get up. Mac is going for the traverse. Flying Dragon is about to get on the high, which is the highest that robot's capable of getting. Okay, Maka makes the traverse there. Okay, last 5 seconds. Going for these last second climbs here. And Apollo does the traverse on red, but I'm not sure if it was in time. We're going to see. It was in time, okay. But it wasn't enough to get the win. And since we have played quite a few matches now, we should be able to look at the new rankings here. So, as we saw, George from last match is at the top because of that, probably that high total score, which is the tiebreaker, basically. Is the unpenalized score points. So, that is going to put George, Gabriel, and Brennan at the top of the leaderboard so far. It is very early, obviously, so there's a whole lot of volatility and changes that we're expecting. Okay, and I believe that we should be ready to start match 6. In match 6, we can expect Inbar,
Would you have the wrong players on the field at the moment? Note that George is not supposed to be here and Telu is supposed to be in that place.
I see. Okay. Okay. And we're gonna head back and do intros part 2 again. We've got Inbar, Telu, and Mongoose on the Red Alliance, and we've got Adam and Josh and Logan on the Blue Alliance. This is qualification match number 6, and let's get it started.
Alrighty, everyone is on the move here. Everyone here seems to have eaten their breakfast. Breakfast very good for the health. Make sure to eat them early morning snackies, so you can have the most power during your XRC competitions. These are facts with Jake. Cannot be disputed because they're just pure facts.
Very close, 52 on both sides after the first 30 seconds. So, as Jake is saying, clearly some very healthy robots on the field. Right now, contributions are close over in the middle. Telu leading with a 30 contribution.
Yeah, these two alliances are pretty much neck and neck here. Only really a couple of points separating the two of them. That really came down, I believe, mostly to auto. Of course, though, it's close enough to where the climbs can entirely dictate what happens in this match here. We do know that red, of course, kind of has a lower potential for endgame than the blue alliance does. Red alliance can get one traversal and 2 highs, whereas the blue alliance can get 2 traversals and 1 high. And that will help that blue alliance a little bit as we get into the endgame period. And they are down a little bit right now. So we'll find out if that is enough to change.
I think that when you keep that in mind, I think that red is actually the one that's behind, because their scores are basically the same at the moment. So if we're expecting the blue to have a better end game, then red has to do more before this happens. Because the end game is about to start. So
yep. So it's a 5-point difference between those two alliances. But of course, we've seen in the past that things aren't always as easy as just climbing. There's the saying recently, tragedy in the hangar zone has been and Telu dies. That's rather unfortunate for the Red Alliance, but they do manage to get back on, and that's the end of the match. 182 in favor of that Blue Alliance against 171 on that Red Alliance. And that pretty much came down to those climbs at the end. In fact, it did come down to the climbs at the end because there was only 1 high on that Red Alliance, whereas it was 2 traversals on the blue. And Red Alliance painfully 1 cargo away from that cargo RP. That's really gonna hurt. If they had just shot 1 singular cargo ball, they would have gotten an extra RP. But That's going to drop all 3 of those players pretty far down. Of course, Telu down in 16th, which we don't normally see them down that low. Normally see Telu kind of trying to poke into the alliance captains.
Yeah, and it looked like that endgame was kind of exciting. The last 10 seconds over there when there was the going for the climbs at the end. Telu was unable to climb on that red alliance, and that might have. I think Telu had the 4907, so that could have been a traversal, but there ended up being missed climbs on both sides, obviously. But Telu jumps out of the field to try to escape the pin, but is unable to eventually get up in time. Yeah, so we're going to be moving on to match 7. Let's go check out who's on the field for match 7. We've got Gabriel, we've got Maktar, we've got Metal Jello on your red alliance. We've got Javon, we've got Dar, and we've got Digital Fire on your blue alliance. This is qualification match number 7, coming your way right now. And we're off.
And everyone here on the move. Gabriel taking a little bit of time to get moving. Maybe some internet issues, or maybe just not aware that the match was starting up. That can always hurt an alliance there. Because those auto points are really big, right? Because every point that you score in auto is doubled. So instead of 2 points in that upper goal, you actually get 4 points, and instead of 1 point in the lower goal, you actually get 2 points. And so it's really crucial that alliances take as much caution, I guess, in auto as possible, so that way they can make sure that everything is actually going in the goal, and you're getting as many cargo balls cycled through those sensors as possible, because you're basically getting 2 cycles in one. So if you mess up, instead of messing up 1 cycle, you're actually messing up 2 cycles worth of points. So every time.
Yeah, the most important times of the match: first 15 seconds, last 15 seconds.
Exactly. And of course, those last 15 seconds, because there are things that are worth so many points, right? Like those climbs, 15 points. That's a lot. Of course, at the end, we're talking about teleop. So 2 points per high goal. That's 7 cycles. That's it. Well, actually, 7.5 cycles worth of cargo. And if you have the Thunder Stamps robot, that's 7.5 cycles worth of cargo in like a quarter of a second. So it's really crucial that you're doing as best as you can in those 2 15-second windows of the match, because they'll be yielding you the most points per action. Looking at the score right now, 156 to 118. Blue Alliance kind of clapping the Red Alliance right now. Red Alliance is gonna have to kind of work a little bit harder if they want to catch up to that Blue Alliance. Just looking at the contributions, like all of Blue Alliance is like up pretty high in the contributions, and Red Alliance isn't quite there. Although, of course, we always see some crazy stuff happening at the end of the match. Missed climb from Javon there. That's gonna kind of suck for that Blue Alliance, but it doesn't really matter, because the Blue Alliance walks away with the victory here, 207 to 160 in favor of that Blue Alliance, and 4 RP given to that Blue Alliance versus 1 RP to the Red Alliance, missing out on that cargo bonus by 9 cargo balls.
We notice Dar, the MVP of the match, with 85 contribution, and Digital Fire second place with that 72 contribution. And their contributions, both of them, higher than anyone on the Red Alliance, so there's just a lot more firepower on that Blue Alliance that match. Okay, we're gonna head over to match number 8 on our other field, where we're pretty much ready to start. We've got Telu, Adam, and Bionic on the Red Alliance, and we've got Inbar, Apollo, and Cone on the Blue Alliance. and we should be basically ready to get running on this match number 8, I believe.
Alrighty. Just kind of going against what we were just talking about. Cone not making as much of an effort during auto. There might be some problems that Cone is having right now, but man, is that going to hurt that Blue Alliance not having any, or I guess not having a third robot moving in pretty much most of auto. I'm not even sure if Cone was able to score in time. So not only is that just like wasted time for that Blue Alliance, but also it's like wasted double time because it's auto. And we can see that reflecting in the scores. Of course, 62 to 47. Blue Alliance not super far behind, but Cone's contribution already down pretty low. Of course, in the other alliance, Bionic also fairly low contribution, although we saw that Bionic was apparently having some internet issues as far as latency goes.
Halfway through the match, Red Alliance with the lead. Cone not scoring very many points for the Blue Alliance so far, despite not having a defensive robot. Looks like movement on Cone a little bit off. He's moving around into places where there are no cargo. Maybe he's searching for the cargo and he's just unable to find it. So routes not the most efficient at the moment, unfortunately for him. When he does score though, it does swoosh right in though, so.
Yeah, Cone is one of our more veteran players, and even though he took quite a long break from playing the sim, he does definitely know how to line up. You know, he was one of our most consistent scorers in Infinite Recharge, just always able to sink a ton of those inner port shots, and now of course we can see that pretty much every shot that he takes goes right into that upper hub. Although Cone wasn't watching out for those endgame penalty issues, and looks like there will be another climb given to the Blue Alliance, as one of them didn't count at the end there, so we will have to go match into review for a quick second, but I believe that we'll need to give an additional traversal to the Blue Alliance, as Inbar should have been given a traversal climb, but wasn't by the sim for Bionic, who was in the wrong zone at the wrong time. All right, so we have adjusted the scores. It's not match affecting, but we did want to give Inbar that extra climb. So that way the Blue Alliance would get compensated for that climb zone defense. Of course, players got to watch out for the that hangar zone as to not be in the wrong place at the wrong time. In the meantime, though, Tegan, you're back. You've joined us. Welcome.
If you or your loved ones have been affected by climb defense, you may be entitled to financial compensation.
Yes, absolutely. And as you can see, we've got all of our best lawyers present to get you those points that you may be missing out on. Let's take a look at this next match.
In match 9, we're going to see Brennan, Logan, and Flying Dragon on the Red Alliance. We're going to see George, Mongoose, and Josh on the Blue Alliance.
Alrighty, let's get this match underway. Alrighty, now that we're going, Tegan, you were not here earlier, so I have to ask the question. If you were to leave right now, so I know you just got back, but let's say you're just like, nah, guys, screw you. I don't want to be here anymore. I want to go get food. What restaurant would you be headed to? Like, where are you craving right now?
I literally just got back from Starbucks getting a latte. Does that count? Ice chai latte.
I mean, that might count, but more of like if you were to leave right now, you know, like so probably not Starbucks because like you just went, you know, so like
So if I was
like
to get food right now,
right this minute.
I mean, I would probably just go get some sushi if I could do whatever I wanted, which is probably what I would do. Yeah.
Honestly, that sounds like a vibe. Here, do you like conveyor belt sushi, by the way?
I do. I mean,
Oh.
I'm not discriminatory towards my raw fish, unlike it sounds like you. I don't care how it comes to me. I just care that it arrives.
Yeah. See, I don't particularly like seafood. I wish I did, but I don't. But I will say, when it's conveyor belt sushi, it makes it just that much cooler because it's like, you know when you were a little kid and you're just like, no, I'm not gonna eat that broccoli, and then your mom's like, well, but it doesn't matter. Here comes the airplane, and you're like, nom nom nom. You know, like it's kind of like the same deal, but it's like a conveyor belt. Like it's like I wouldn't normally eat sushi, but the fact that it's coming on to me on a conveyor belt, it's basically like my mom putting the airplane in my mouth. You know.
I understand. I didn't realize that we were still craving that. Yeah, no, I'm a big sushi fan. Always have been. So.
I see. Sushi, yeah. I've had some pretty good sushi. Once again, not my favorite, but like.
You're also on the West Coast. So
I am on the West Coast. It's not quite as good here.
I was gonna say it's better on the West Coast than in the middle of like the continent.
This is true. But like, from what I've heard, East Coast has better sushi. That could be totally wrong. Yeah, East Coast. Although, actually, now that I think about it, you're kind of middle, right?
Exactly. I'm the middle of the continent.
Yeah, you're middle of the continent, but also East Coast, which I think is funny, just time zone wise. But like, really, just kind of in the middle.
Real countries have an additional time zone past the East Coast one, but America's just not ready for that, I guess.
Yeah, we're just not quite.
Match 9 is over, and we have a Blue Alliance win. 4 ranking points going to the Blue Alliance. We have 2 traversals and 1 high climb. The Red Alliance, 1 traversal.
I would say that's a pretty significant match. I think when Logan and Brennan pair up, you generally don't expect them to lose.
Yeah, Logan having the highest contribution there, but both George and Josh having very strong contributions as well. 2nd and 3rd highest contributions. And it looks like the Flying Dragon 30 contribution might have been lower than all of the Blue Alliance contributors were 60 or 70s. So compared to the 80s, 60s, and 30s. Yeah.
Consistency is indeed rewarded.
Okay, we're looking over to match number 10. Qualification 10 sees Taylu, Cone, and Javon on the Red Alliance, and Dar, Metal Jello, and Adam on the Blue Alliance. Let's get Qualification 10 underway.
Alrighty. So, like, I gotta ask the question. If you really like sushi, what's your favorite kind of sushi? Because there's like sushi is such a broad category that
salmon
Any
is
salmon?
generally.
So you're a salmon
I'm a big
enjoyer.
salmon and tuna. I also quite like squid and octopus.
I see. I do enjoy myself some salmon too. I'm from Alaska, where salmon is big, because we fish it right outside of our cities.
Yeah. Do you ever just walk into a lake and grab a salmon and then walk out?
Yeah. I mean, that was on my route to school. Actually, I would ask my mom to stop, and then I would get out of the car. I'd walk into the lake, and then I would go and I'd grab myself a salmon, and that would feed me for the day. No real need to cook it, just kind of eat it just straight up. But you'd have a friend in class for the day. I would name him, and then I would take him into class. He'd come, he'd help me with my math, and then I'd have a snack.
Perfect.
So that's I think honestly was definitely
you'd betray your salmon friend like that? You'd
Oh
like
no, he
have
knew,
him
he
do
knew.
your math homework and then murder him?
He knew. I made him sign contracts before. It was like, hey, I know that we're like friends now, but I'm kind of gonna eat you later. I hope that doesn't no beef. I don't want no beef between us. And he'd be like, all right, sounds good.
Apparently you just wanted salmon instead.
Exactly. I wanted salmon instead of beef. And yeah, I mean, honestly, it worked out pretty good. I got bullied a lot for it, though. A lot of people thought it was kind of
Reasonably
weird,
so, yeah.
weird chap walking to school with a salmon on a leash. But yeah, no, he would just kind of vibe with me. And yeah, did you ever walk a pet salmon?
Can't say I have. Doesn't there is a big salmon. Oh, goodbye. Taylu just jumping off the field with 8 seconds to go.
Sounds
Sorry,
about right.
It's a really close match, actually. Just getting distracted. We'll see what the climbs do at the end, but I guess clearly the strategy is to throw yourself off the edge of the field.
Yep.
1 RP for the Blue Alliance, 4 RP for the Red in match number 10. We are steamrolling through these matches.
Yeah, so we see
we're
there.
kind of flying.
I don't know if Taylu ended up getting the. Taylu probably got that traversal right, but it was someone else that missed a climb on that Red Alliance, and ultimately Red Alliance still wins, gets the 4 RPs, and that's all that matters, really. Okay, we're heading over to match number 11. Match number 11 is going to see Inbar, Flying Dragon, and Josh on the Red Alliance. We're going to see Mongoose, Gabriel, and Maktar on the Blue Alliance. This is qualification, match number 11. Let's, it looks like we're only seeing 2 red robots, so it looks like that's Josh who is missing. So let's get Josh on the field.
Josh, get on the field.
Yeah. Oh, and we wait. Oh, we didn't mean to. Oh, and now okay. So we have Josh on the field, but it looks like Flying Dragon is no longer on the field. There they go. They're all here.
We'll give them just a couple seconds to get situated, and we're going to start Carina Regional qualification match number 11. All right, the countdown has started and they're off. As a reminder, we have 36 qualification matches for you here this afternoon. And this is number 11. As the autonomous double points period rounds up its final tallied scores, the Red Alliance has a slight advantage. It's very slight though, only 1 cargo difference between them technically. We see Josh, 30 points contributed. That's like almost twice as much as the second highest contributor. So Josh, definitely putting in a lot of work for that Red Alliance so far. And as I say that, we see this big volley of 3 going in. All 3 of them go in. Swoosh.
Can we get a sound pack for the game? Like you know how there's in-game sounds. Can we get like a pack that you can buy for like a DLC? And it's just the Nick DLC, and it just replaces all of the sounds with like recordings of Nick going like making robot noises.
Swoosh, swoosh, vroom, vroom. The robots go vroom, vroom, vroom.
Exactly. And then you gotta make like a screaming noise when the climber goes up. I don't know if you guys have ever been at like competitions where there's teams with like really loud climbers that you're just like, wow, that cannot be good for the motors. But like basically like that, where it's just ear piercing and painful.
Oh, absolutely.
But it's just Nick just screaming into the mic. I think we need that. I would pay for that for sure.
When's
about
the
you.
Nick DLC specifically dropping?
Exactly. When is that Nick DLC? Can we also replace the textures? So if you zoom in, it's actually just a bunch of pictures of Nick's face. It's just entirely Nick. Just Nick takes over the entire sim.
That would definitely start to. I forget what I was saying. That would definitely start to slow down the game mechanics a little bit, hurt the graphics. But
right, but who cares when you have Nick? Because you have the power of Nick now. I feel like that like yeah, you take one step backwards with the.
Would the power of Nick give the Blue Alliance 10 extra points that they need to win this match? Oh wait.
Red Alliance is losing right now. Josh is undefeated right now, so Josh is going to end up losing his undefeated streak. So Josh is now defeated. We're going to.
Well, I mean, it's been 11 matches, hasn't he? Like,
this is his fourth match. Yeah. There's only two. There were two players that were undefeated before, and now there's only one. So.
Garag is here to play.
George.
Oh, I missed when he just became George.
It could be Garag. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Oh, I thought. Yeah, no, it actually is.
Yeah, I've been saying George so far for some reason. Apologies if I mispronounced anyone's name.
George. It's like Curious George, right?
Okay,
so I'll say Garog from now on. Now that I've been.
I don't even notice. Now that I look at it, I'm like, how did I miss the spelling? I was just thinking, no, it's just George.
The silent E at the end that is also blind. It's a blind letter.
Well, even if you dropped the E from the end of George, I'm pretty sure it would still be called George. But anyway, no climbing bonuses on either alliance here for the ranking point. So neither alliance going with the amount of ranking points that they could. Let's head over to match number 12. Match number 12 is going to see Digital Fire, Brennan, and Apollo on the Red Alliance. We're going to see Logan, Bionic, and Garog on the Blue Alliance. Let's get this match underway.
I do want to point out Taylor's comment in the Twitch chat. Wait, it's all Nick, always has been. Yeah, that's basically how the Nick DLC would go. It's all Nick. It's literally all Nick, and there's like nothing you can do about it. It's just everywhere you go. It actually affects your real life too. If you buy the DLC, then like everything around you, your real life textures start to change, and it's just all Nick. He's just always looking at you.
I would have nightmares, especially because we don't know Nick. All we know is the little paperclip guy that is like Nick. I feel like if the little paperclip guy had a name, it would sound like Nick.
I feel like that as well.
It does have a name that's also Clippy, so.
That's what it was. Yeah. Okay. Well, I
like,
feel like Clippy. Like if Clippy had a voice, it would sound like Nick.
Be Nick. Yeah. I mean, at this point, like I think that's kind of just become ingrained into a lot of us, is just seeing Nick with that profile picture, you know. So, man, Nick, am I right?
I am Clippy, of course. Yes.
Yeah. Wait, look at this match, and both alliances are pretty much even.
You mean like literally tied?
Yeah, they're exactly tied right now.
They're basically every time one scores, the other responds. It's very, very good.
Yeah, they're both kind of. Neither alliance is really utilizing the power of Nick. Actually, I take that back. Blue Alliance is starting to utilize the power of Nick, and is beginning to kind of pull away from that Red Alliance. Red Alliance actually scored a low goal, rather interestingly. So they were off by one singular point.
So what I'm seeing here, Bionic, low scoring so far with a 973 robot. We see pretty much defensively focused. It looks like Bionic is focusing on Apollo. So Apollo does have the lowest contribution on the
Brennan on mini drone with the free tech. or with the free traversal right now is going to be really big.
Yeah, because of course Brennan couldn't previously climb to traversal.
Just kidding, it didn't. It didn't go.
Tragedy in the hangar zone.
Wow,
Apollo
that's
is
a
upside
very
down and
tragic.
digital is yeah. That's unlucky, as the kids say. 181 in favor of that Blue Alliance to 172 in favor of that Red Alliance. Blue Alliance definitely used the power of Nick. Red Alliance didn't use the power of Nick, and you see what happens. This is I think definitive proof that anyone who uses the power of Nick will win. And yeah, I mean, I think we'll see that for the rest of the competition.
All right, we're looking on to match 13, where we've got Mongoose, Flying Dragon, and Cone in red. We've got Inbar, Javon, and Adam in blue. I see that all the right robots are on the field and moving, so let's get this match underway. This is Carina Regional, match 13.
Alrighty. Really unfortunate start for the Red Alliance there. 2 not moving robots, and then Cone kicking a ball out of the field. That's going to hurt him a little bit. Didn't really actually seem to affect them that much, as the Blue Alliance didn't really capitalize as much as they could have on auto. Really just not using the power of Nick. Although now I think they're starting to kind of pull away with it. So maybe utilizing that paperclip just a little bit. Flying Dragon only with a 2 contribution at the moment. Not really sure what's going on there.
Just taking some time to get dialed in. That was a good volley there. Supporting his teammates and trying to make some moves on that 973 robot.
Yeah, of course, once again, as we stated earlier, 973, the hardest robot to control, as you have that tank drive. It's nowhere near as easy to maneuver around the field as those swerve robots, the swerve youngins. And Flying Dragon appearing to, barely avoid getting teched out on the side of the field. Although the alliances, they're pretty much even right now. I mean, there's a couple points separating them, but it's really not that much. Only a couple of points, which is surprising, of course, because Flying Dragon has a low contribution. But at the moment, looks like Cone and Mongoose with pretty high contributions, and that's kind of keeping them in this fight at the moment as we enter the end game period. I think
Sorry, I got totally distracted watching the IndyCar pit stops. I'm back now. Hello.
All right, hello, welcome back. I mean, mood though. Race car is pretty neat. Actually,
okay, they are pretty neat. 7 seconds left though, and it is coming down to the wire. Blue needs to climb now.
There they go. They got it.
They did it.
There was very much tragedy in the hangar zone for Red. A Flying Dragon falling off with like 10 seconds left. Very unlucky. They could have won that match, but yeah, got to get those climbs. As Nick said earlier, most important times in the match: first 15 seconds and the last 15 seconds.
That's such wise advice. I can't believe I came up with that. That's like that's crazy wisdom.
Nick, literally, see what I mean? Like, it's the power of Nick. Like, you can't deny the power of Nick. It's just not gonna work out for you. I mean, Nick, literally the most gamer of gamers. And not using the power of Nick is really just setting yourself up for failure, I think.
Nick is something of a gamer indeed.
Yeah. He is a gamer, and he does play XRC. Looking at this next match here, that's a little reference.
Eventually, when we have all the robots in the field, we're going to have Dar, Gabriel, and Garag on the Red Alliance, Apollo, Logan, and Maktar on the Blue Alliance. And I believe we have everyone now, so match 14 is going to start right now.
Perfect, and everyone... Actually, Gabriel dead on the field? Oh, Gabriel's back alive. We do not have to scrape dead bodies off the field. That's always good for us. That does take time out of our day that we don't really want to spend. But these two alliances are pretty even right now, I'd say. Actually, Red Alliance a bit ahead, but the Blue Alliance kind of crawling back. Of course, Logan on that Blue Alliance, one of the most powerful players, I think, has won, I think, not every event. Logan has not won every event, right? Logan has lost? I don't know what's canon anymore.
Yes, I think Logan did, but he is still definitely... He is actually now the most decorated XRC player of all time, if I'm not mistaken.
He's stolen that from his brother, Brennan.
I know. Typical younger sibling coming in, stealing title from the older sibling.
Stealing things from the older brother. We need that new emoji now, because we have the bread mystery emoji. But I think it's time for a Logan mystery, as Logan is now the most decorated player in XRC. Typical younger brother, SMH in my head, stealing things from the older brother. 20 points separate these two alliances, 30 points now. Red Alliance really starting to walk away with this. Yeah.
I would argue that there are still definitely ways that the Blue Alliance can bring this back, namely a strong end game, but it looks like there's just no balls on the field, especially for Blue right now.
Yep, they're kind of very scattered, whereas the red cargo balls are kind of all nicely cycling through the hub, and Blue Alliance is having to go out and around to find all of the rest of them. But not that it really matters as we come towards the end of the match, as robots will be starting to look at climbing rather than shooting. Very swingy climb from Maktar. Will they be able to get up all the way? Doesn't look particularly great. Logan gonna have to swing in, and that was painful. Logan just probably concussing himself on the hanger right there, and not getting the climb. 232 for that Red Alliance against 180 on that Blue Alliance. I believe that's a high score. It is a high score for the Red Alliance. And still maximum RP from this match. 2 given to the Blue Alliance and 4 given to the Red.
All right, that's match 14 in the books. Let's move on to match 15. We've got our players on the field for the most part, but when we are all on the field, we'll eventually see Metal Jello, Josh, and Digital Fire on the Red Alliance. We'll see Brennan, Telu, and Bionic on the Blue Alliance. In the meantime, I suppose we can look at our ranks. On our ranking page, we can see Grog is ranked number 1, undefeated so far, 5-0. Josh is 3-1. Gabriel is 4-1, rounding out your top 3. Javon and Adam, both 4-1, rounding out your top 5. And anyone lower than that has lost at least 2 times. Okay.
Well, that means that the dream of an undefeated player is still live, but yeah, I don't know where I was going with that.
No, it makes sense. We've got 1 undefeated player, and I believe that Garag is going to be playing in our next match at 16, so we'll have to keep an eye out for him in that match. Match 15 is underway. We have an early tie. I was going to say an advantage, but it is back and forth
and
and
early
quite close.
Lack of advantage.
Yeah. We've got, notably, from the rankings that we were just looking at, the highest ranked player, I believe, we have is Josh, who is the second highest ranked player playing on your Red Alliance. Josh is looking to maintain this rank number 2. If Josh does not get 4 ranking points here, I believe that he will no longer be ranked number 2. So he needs to get that full ranking point match to maintain the high ranking. See Josh and Telu doing a little bit of spin dances over there in the center of the field before they eventually break free. Now Telu and Digital Fire in the arm wrestling match. I see Metal Jello standing still for quite a long time, finally off and going again and getting those volleys off. Very close still, only a minute left, and we still have maintained this basically tie. Lots of defense and pushing and arm wrestling matches that I'm seeing going on all over the field.
Yeah, that's something that we've seen in this game is a lot of defense being played, and not just like an IR that you define who your defender would be.
Oh! Bionic in the red hanger! Bionic in the red hanger! Oh my!
Looks like he's just avoided giving that tech, or not tech.
Yeah,
that,
it was a tech foul. It was probably two tech fouls is what it looked like, but there was no free traversal.
But it wasn't a free climb. Yeah, and that's especially with someone like, you've got Josh on the mini drone, these robots that can't climb.
Bionic with that kind of stuck there, that it's not going to be completely devastating. In fact, it's going to be a Blue Alliance victory there. Oh, yeah, it looks a little bit tangled over there in the Red Alliance hangar. What were you saying? Sorry?
Yeah, I was going to say Blue, even with Bionic being kind of a little bit twisted on the bar, they do get enough for that 4RP win. Brennan, after just losing his last match, is going to be feeling better about that.
Yeah, and but again, I believe Josh falling all the way down from number 2 to rank number 6 now, as he decreases from 4-1 to now, it was 3-1 and he's now 3-2. And getting only 2 ranking points where he needed 4 ranking points to maintain that high ranking score. Okay, and as we look ahead to match 16, we're seeing Garag, your number 1 ranked player, who is on this Red Alliance. Let's give an intro to everyone on both alliances for match 16. We've got Apollo, Mongoose, and Garag on the Red Alliance. We've got Javon, Adam, and Inbar on the Blue Alliance. Very exciting. We've got, the number 1 ranked player. We've got the number 3 ranked player in Javon. We've got the number 4 ranked player in Adam. So lots of high firepower on this match. Lots of stakes as well. So let's get it started.
Yeah. The undefeated Jirag is here. We'll see if he's able to hold that.
Did anyone notice that the hub has been not dying recently? I don't know which event that was. Was that the first regional?
Yeah. I think there was some sort of an update made to the hub to reduce the chance of blockages, but seems to be coming in clutch. See, that's the thing. If you're down by a lot, the real strat is to hold all the balls, grab all of them. Doesn't matter if you're getting text or whatever, and then you just want to jam the hub so that the match has to be replayed.
Oh, true though. True. Just fire them all at once and hope the hub doesn't really handle it very well.
Yeah, that's the strat. When you know that it's not, when you know that you've made a really bad auto or something, you just gotta force the replay.
Yeah, exactly. It's that's true for real life too. Actually, things aren't going your way, just sabotage. I think that's just kind of it's common knowledge, right? Right, nobody laughed at my joke. That's fine. That's all right. That's cool. Let's go. Oh my god, laugh. Like it's what you all can't see is that I'm actually threatening Tegan. And if Tegan doesn't laugh at my jokes, then she dies.
Damn.
It'd be really unfortunate. Yeah. Staff moment, am I right? We do see a
Being staff is a threat.
Yeah, exactly. We do see a tech on the blue side of the field, but no one in the wrong spots for those hangers. Within 10 points of each other. This is pretty close. Grog getting real close to that hanger zone, though. We know those hanger zones are pretty deadly when it's the wrong side of the field.
Especially with the 10 seconds left in the match. We're going to see Inbars going back for the climb. Mongoose looking for the climbs. Blue could still take this. They need to keep it clean for red to hold it. And it looks like...
Not enough.
Weird.
Yeah, of course, red with the 2 traversals and 1 high. Blue with 1 traversal, 1 high, and 1 mid. Not enough when you're trying to catch back up.
And with that win there, Grog holding on to that number 1 spot, increasing ranking score to now be 3.83. So that's increasing the distance from the number 2 rank, 3.2 ranking score with Gabriel. And I believe we should be seeing Gabriel soon. We'll see Gabriel in a couple matches. Okay, let's head on to match 17. On the field for match 17, we've got Josh, Brennan, and Maktar in red. We've got Dar, Bionic, and Cone in blue. I see 6 robots, so let's get match 17 underway.
Breaking news, Nick knows how to count to 6.
Whoa. Yeah. That's too much power. Nope, we can't have that. Sorry. Nick, you're going to have to be banned, actually. I mean, we know you had a lot of power earlier, but as soon as you hit that 6 number, I don't know, man. I don't know if we can keep you around. I don't know if I'm safe. I don't know if I feel safe with someone who can count to 6.
I've got bad news for you, Jake. Most of the world can count to 6.
Oh, no, really?
Yeah, sorry, man.
Oh, man, I don't feel safe anywhere then. Yeah, that's really unfortunate. Man, when was this development?
Well, you know, kind of recently, within the time that the Earth was created and now, sometime between now and then, because
between now and then.
I would say sometime between that, probably with an emphasis on sometime since after the dinosaurs.
After, okay, but could the dinosaurs count to 6?
Jake out here asking the real questions.
Yeah, can dinosaurs count? Is this something that we know? Because a T-Rex is pretty scary, but a T-Rex that can count, especially to 6, oh man, that's nightmare fuel right there.
Whoa, count those cargo missing the upper hub as they just completely whiff and go flying right over
What
the
a
top.
Segue. Yeah, lots of shots being missed there. Still lots of shots being missed. Blue Lions kind of all bunching up in a corner. Not really what you want to see, as you're really susceptible to defense and you kind of get in each other's way, and it's hard to get cargo. But they do eventually kind of separate and go their own ways. Wow, I just yawned. Oh man,
damn, thanks, Jake.
Here come the climbs.
Yep.
All right, 15
Bionic
seconds
going
left.
up. Maka going up.
And remember,
Going for the
Maktar, I think
traverse.
is
And
still,
it's up. Traverse.
I think he's not only up, I'm pretty sure he's still playing with insane ping, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Oh, Cone.
Oh no.
Tragedy
No.
in the hangar zone. It rings true
No.
again. That was another example of a player concussing themselves on the underside of a robot as they go to jump up to the upper bar. 185 to 172 in favor of that Red Alliance. 4 RP being given to that Red Alliance. Only 1 to that blue, missing out on that climb. Man, that's so unfortunate when like it's right there and it's just like a couple pixels out of alignment and you miss the climb, and that's what both swings the match and you lose an RP for it.
Okay, we're looking at match 18. We're missing quite a lot of people. We've got Taylu on red. We've got Digital Fire on red. We've got Logan on red. And then on blue, we're going to have Metal Jello. We're going to have Flying Dragon. And we're going to have Gabriel. Gabriel is your number 2 rank right now. So Gabriel needs 4 ranking points right here in order to have a chance of potentially challenging the number 1 rank, who is undefeated as of now, and that is Grug. So Gabriel is not undefeated, so he's a little bit behind, but it's possible to catch up. Now we're just waiting for Flying Dragon, I believe.
Also, something to note, we are actually halfway through our qualification matches right here.
We are zooming.
We are absolutely zooming. Assuming that 36, yeah, half of 36 is 18. There we go. I can math. So yeah, we're kind of flying right now. This is what we like to see. Still waiting on 1 robot. It looks like Flying Dragon.
Okay, I see 6. Do you see 6, Jake?
I do in fact see 6. Wait, nope, I see 5. I see 5.
Actually. We're missing a Blue Alliance robot, Nick.
Well, Flying Dragon was on the blue for a
Oh,
second.
there's now only 4.
Now we're out of 4.
Oh, this is tragic. I'm gonna cry. Oh, we're at 5. Uno más. 6. There we go. All right. I think we're ready to get this match underway. Taylu not moving out of the beginning. There we go. As stated before, not moving an auto is really not a great thing, as it tends to lower your score, although Red Alliance not really seeming to have been affected by that. They're up almost 20 points on the Blue Alliance at the moment. I think they have just a bit more scoring power, so even though Taylu was pretty dead, didn't really matter.
Yep, it looks like the Red Alliance has gotten into their rhythm now and is just kind of vibing.
It's real vibing hours for that Red Alliance.
I agree.
It's always real vibe hours. 1 minute 40 seconds remaining in this match. 30 points now separating these two alliances. That's crazy. There's we are not that far into the match, and the point gap is the point gap is half of Blue Alliance's score. That's kind of nuts if you ask me. Yeah, Blue Alliance gonna have to start scoring quite a bit more if they want to catch back up to the Red Alliance, which is just scoring at insane speeds right now. Logan with a 54 already for the contribution.
Red is not playing around.
No, they are not. They are at maximum vibe mode right now. And it's working out for them.
Especially with non-serpentine picking, this is honestly something that we could see in a limbs, this type of alliance, and it is quite deadly.
Yep, of course. Taylu now having overtaken Logan in contribution at 74, which is absolutely insane. 30 seconds left, and we're already breaking the 200 barrier. This could be on par for a record or at least a high score in this competition. I mean, if they get 2 traversals, then already they're at 255. Yeah. That's insane. They just need to actually climb. Will they actually get it? Logan up, Taylu up, and that's it. 271. What? That's crazy. That is like actually insane.
Cargo.
Oh my god.
Cargo number.
And Logan with
Absolutely
101
insane.
contribution, Taylu 105 contribution.
That's
What the
absolutely
heck?
bonkers.
That's nuts. Yep. I don't know if I can actually add more to that other than that's just insane.
Gabriel unfortunately not able to maintain that number 2 ranked challenge Grog. Now Josh enters into that second rank spot, but Josh is further down in ranking score, so it's going to give Grog a bigger lead for that number 1 spot. We're going to see if anyone's able to challenge him later on in the event. Okay, moving on, this is match number 19. Match number 19 has Maktar, Conan, Brennan in the Red Alliance, and it has Apollo, Mongoose, and Dar in the Blue Alliance. Everyone's ready, so we can get started.
Perfect. And everyone appears to be moving, which is always good. We never really like to see people dead on the field. Yeah, lots of motion, not a lot of cargo going up for both alliances. Fairly low scores coming out of auto for both alliances. Normally you see a bit higher as both alliances will get bounce backs, but neither alliance really did that. But they're both pretty even on each other right now. 46 points being on that Red Alliance, 52. They're now exactly even, actually. 54 to 54. Just, I think, pretty even scoring power.
Well, another very close match here, and again, big ranking implications for Brennan and Cone. So they're going to be trying to get as much as they can, start building some momentum. Even though there's a lot of blue in the hub right now, red is going to respond.
Yep, lots of cargo going up. Sorry, I had my mic decided to disconnect, but I am back. Yeah, lots of cargo going up and in. Blue Alliance up just a little bit on that Red Alliance. Not by much, though. No, we've seen a lot crazier happen than an upset of that scale. I mean, we've seen with 5 seconds left, you know, like a 50-point diff, and that the team on the bottom managing to bring it back. So, you know, nothing is impossible at this stage of the game, and they're well within, you know, climb failure distance. We are in endgame now. Lots of cargo all going up at the same time, and once again, the hub doing its job. We've seen in some past competitions where the hub just really woke up and chose violence, and it seems to be kind of just vibing right now, which is always good to see.
Red Alliance, gonna need consistency, and Maktar looks like having some trouble getting lined up for this match. Brennan's gonna come in for the low climb, but disaster in the end game. Maktar does get up, but it's not enough for the Red Alliance as blue takes that one, 214 to 181.
All right, that's match 19 in the books. We see, yeah, big contributions from Brennan and Cone. Not quite as big as Dar's contribution on blue, and those still solid contributions from Apollo and Mongoose made the Blue Alliance more well-rounded in terms of scoring contributions, and was able to win that match, Unicorn match. And we're going to be heading on to match number 20 soon. Match number 20 we're gonna see Garog, your current rank leader.
Still undefeated.
Will Garog be able to keep up this undefeated status? We're gonna see Adam,
In
Telu,
3.
Metal, Jello on the Red Alliance, Digital Fire, Inbar, and Garog on the Blue Alliance. Let's get it going.
Again, really getting steamrolled with that countdown there, by the
I
way.
was like,
that was just
3.
really funny. Alrighty. Well, now that the countdown has actually gone, we are underway here. Red up just a little bit on that Blue Alliance. Not by much, though. Blue Alliance now having taken it back. Red Alliance saying, nah, I want that, and scoring to even out those points. And both alliances are now on exactly the same score, just trading cargo at this point. Real question is, will either alliance actually choose to use the power of Nick? It doesn't really seem like either alliance is choosing to at the moment. Of course, once we see one team start to kind of walk away with some higher scores, then we know that they've started to utilize Nick's true potential. Still pretty close here. All right, I'm gonna bring in a new question, a new challenging thing to answer. I'll start with you, Tegan. Trains or planes? I know that's like totally the most nerdy thing ever, but like, I don't know, they're neat. Trains and planes are cool. Which one would you rather take places?
Well, you see, I am a big fan of trains. I've always been. I've also always been a big fan of planes. But have to be trains due to the eco-friendly nature, and also when I was a kid, we would go into the main train station in Toronto all the time when I was a kid, and we just watched the trains go in and out. So that's trains are closer to home.
I see. See, I'm kind of the opposite, because I grew up in the U.S. where our train infrastructure is definitely not as good as most other places. And so,
I mean, to be fair, neither is Canada, with the exception of
true.
downtown Toronto,
That
which was perfect.
True. But like even here, like we really have nothing, like, I mean, we have,
I don't think Alaska is known for its trains.
No, it's really not. I mean, we have cargo trains and stuff, but like really passenger trains like aren't a thing. I didn't really grow up with them, but it did make them kind of a novelty. I'm gonna real quickly go out of the way to say 223 in favor of that Red Alliance to 174. Still pretty good score from that Red Alliance there. But yeah, it kind of made it a novelty when I was a little kid. Like I was like 10 years old, and I was like, I'd never seen like a train that wasn't like a cargo train before. And
okay,
like
gonna
passenger
introduce the match 21 players, and then you can continue
all
talking
right,
about your trains.
That's fair enough.
Bionic Flying Dragon and Gabriel in red, Josh, Javon, and Logan in blue. Again, Gabriel used to be ranked second, not anymore. Javon used to be ranked third, not anymore. They have since fallen. We had 6 players on the field. We don't have 6 players on the field anymore.
So waiting on that one last one. Flying Dragon again.
We're looking at the ranks right here. Flying Dragon, and there we see them. So we can get started. This is match number 21.
Good to me.
And as a reminder, we have 36 qualification matches this afternoon before we move into our alliance selection and then our round-robin playoffs.
Yep, sounds good. Anyways, back to trains. Yeah. Can you
You
tell
know
I'm
there is
excited to
like
talk
an
about
Alaska train, right? Like it's more of a
Yeah.
sightseeing train than like a transportation train. But there's a
Right.
train. I think it goes from Fairbanks to someplace that starts with an S.
I think Sitka, but I could be totally wrong. But I know what you're talking about.
Seward. Seward.
Oh, it's Seward.
Look it
That's
up.
right.
With
Yeah.
stops in top destinations like Anchorage.
We
Taos,
have a train station in
Tahiti.
Anchorage? That's wild. I didn't even know
Yeah,
that.
on the Alaska Railroad.
Interesting. I straight up didn't even know we had a train station other than like for cargo and stuff. But
I mean,
yeah,
maybe it's since you left, but there definitely is one.
it's a small possibility that it's since I left, or it was just because I was a little kid and just didn't, was very fairly oblivious. But yeah, so I didn't really have a chance to ride a train or anything until I was, I think, how old was I at that point? It would have been in between grade 9 and grade 10, when I went to Italy and rode a train, and that was my like first train experience. And it was pretty neat.
Yeah, the trains in Italy. Did you take the high-speed train or just the normal one? Okay, did you go like 300 kilometers an hour? Or
No, we
like,
definitely did
okay.
not go 300.
Yeah, they've got like a speed train that I didn't take
Yeah.
either, but I know that they have. Anyway, yeah. The high-speed rail is easier to do in places like Europe because they have lower temperature fluctuations.
Yeah.
Because the expanding and contraction of the rails is
it's
a
big
problem.
problem. Yeah, exactly. See, here's the thing. For the sake of like travel, right? Planes I think are better. I've just like my whole life, trains have been basically like kind of useless. Like they were like this like I could travel for the same price going on planes as I could trains. And I would get it there on a plane much faster. But I think if I live somewhere like Japan, right, where they have like the bullet trains, like I would give anything to ride a bullet train, but I've just never had that experience, and I've never seen them before. I've never, my only train experience was going like I think like 100K,
yeah,
which is like not very fast. It's just like highway speed.
217 to 122. Solid match for Logan, Josh, and Javon. Not quite the highest score we've seen so far. But
I think that's pretty. It was actually really bad for both sides. Josh was ranked number 2, and since he did not get that 4 ranking point match, he fell quite a bit. And I mean, again, Grug no longer undefeated, obviously, so not too much further away. But not staying right hot on the tail of Grug is gonna be hard for anyone to challenge that 3.43 ranking score. MVP of the match is Logan, 93 points contributed. I don't think you can blame Logan for any of that, but it was the end game that ended up being the 1 point short of getting that ranking point, and then it would have been a lot better for them.
And I do want to point out that Taylor, Adam, and Josh all have a ranking score of 3.14.
So it's just their tiebreaker is what's differentiating them. Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
Okay. Match 22, we've got Maktar, Garag, and Metal Jello. Garag again being your number 1 rank at the moment. That's your Red Alliance. Brennan, Adam, and Mongoose is your Blue Alliance. Adam again being number 3 in the ranks. So yeah, we're gonna see how match 22 goes. Let's get it started.
I'm personally enjoying watching them like jump off the field. I think
it's really funny.
The pre-match scenarios, especially because it's so dramatic the way that it jumps off.
Yeah, it's like there was a clip from I think Ladder season 2 where someone just gets like picked up and just thrown off the side of the field. I don't remember who it is. It's definitely in the promo video for the championship.
Oh, I know which one you're referring to. Yep.
Yeah, where Colin is commentating and he just goes, "Oh," And that's it. That's like his only reaction to someone being thrown off
Yeah.
the field.
I remember
yeah.
well, I know because we've had several edits now, because I know we had some similar instances in Infinite Recharge as well with Yan Yang and Nick and
Yup.
all those players.
Yep, absolutely. There's been some good shenanigans with this community. We've seen some rather funny stuff go down. But all right, so okay, now I gotta ask you, Nick. Planes or trains?
I mean, so the way that they are, like you were talking about, the way that they are in my area, planes are a lot more convenient because, I mean, I did take a train from Providence to Boston somewhat recently, and that was pretty convenient. I wouldn't fly from Providence to Boston, but taking the train is pretty cool. So if it's a distance like that, where, you know, you have a 1 hour train ride, and it's kind of the same thing as driving an hour, but, you know, it was nicer to take the 1 hour train ride rather than having to, like, focus on driving.
You can do things during a train ride. That's
yeah.
the biggest, and there's no traffic.
Yep. It would have been 1 hour with traffic driving there anyway, but it ended up being a 1 hour train ride, so it wasn't any faster. It was just more convenient because it was more relaxing.
I feel like the train is more fun than driving, you know, because it's like novelty almost. Like, unless you take the train every day, but like most of us don't.
Even if you do, the novelty doesn't wear off.
That's maybe true.
Trust me, I
still find a novelty from flying too. Flying has like a lot of like every single time I fly, it's pretty special because it's not super often, you know. But but you know, long distance, I don't think that I would ever really consider a train for super long distance unless there was like some really special occasion or crazy train that I found, or if there was a better train system. So like,
if there was like a cross country bullet train, I think we all would like love to ride that, you know.
Yeah. But you know, I don't have that. It's not a thing that is available for me. So 4 ranking points
209.
to the Blue Alliance. Yeah, that's Adam, Brennan, and Mongoose all getting that nice boost in the rankings. And Adam, notably, our new #1 seed, because Garag not only loses, but only gets 1 ranking point, dropping from #1 all the way down to #4. Garag has been leading for the entire event. That's a big fall. Adam bumping to #1. 6-2 record, 3.25 ranking score is now the ranking score to beat to be ranked #1. Congratulations to Adam, 79-point contribution there. Mongoose, the #1 contributor in the match, yet being middle of the pack with the rank #9 there, 5-3 record. Okay, that's very interesting. We've got match number 23. This is Apollo, Bionic, and Josh on your Red Alliance, Javon, Gabriel, and Telu on your Blue Alliance. Telu ranked #2 right now. Could potentially challenge that #1 Adam rank before Adam has enough time to relax there in that #1 rank. We'll see what's going to happen. This is match number 23.
I mean, here, really, the biggest thing is that you need to play to win. You need to play to, you know, push hard. You can't be playing not to lose. So these players here are going to be pushing to the best of their abilities, trying to work their way up the rankings. We don't have a ton of matches left. We're going to be going as hard as we can. And we're seeing right now it's a very close match. So 2 minutes of full speed ahead, rapid react gameplay. And right now, Josh 3128, we know he grinds this game. We know he works very hard on getting his skills up, and he's going to be working to bring back the deficit that his team is currently facing.
Yeah, but currently that deficit is really not that much. It's only a couple of cargo balls that's separating. And it's an entire red cycle of 3 cargo balls goes entirely over the hub. That's definitely going to hurt them a little bit as they were trying to catch up. You generally want to score in the hub as opposed to not in the hub. I believe that's how this game works. And so you'll find, I think, that if you do that, you'll generally get some higher scores. 4 points now. Well, okay, now it's not 4 points, but only a couple of cargo balls separating these two. An attack against that Bulldogs of Josh. Really not what you want to see when you're down on the other alliance. And another tech. Oh, this is just becoming brutal.
Like I said, Josh really got to be grinding it out here, pushing as hard as he can.
Yeah, but if he can get a penalty to swing in the other direction, then that'll definitely help them out a bit. But I'm just not sure if there's enough time here with 10 seconds remaining. And Josh has to go all the way around that bar there to climb. Will there be enough time even? Will Apollo go in? Maybe. 1 second left. Up and gets it, but it's not enough to swing that match the other way. We end this match 198 to 159 in favor of that Blue Alliance.
Taylor, your new number 1 ranked player. Grog, number 3 again. This is moving quite a lot.
Yeah, Grog, very well. We see. Look at these rankings here. We got 5 players with 6 wins and 2 losses, I think, or maybe it's 4. I can't tell.
4 players.
Sorry,
with 6 and 2. Yeah.
I don't have my glasses on. I couldn't tell.
5 wins, and some of them have 3 losses. Some of them have 2 losses.
Yeah.
And even more so, changes here like Dar, who has 4 and 3, but has a higher ranking score. So that's very interesting.
Please note that Adam and Taylor are separated by 3 points in the overall score and are tied on ranking points. That's
absolutely insane.
1.5 cargo between these two players at the top.
Wow.
And also note that Grog has gone up from 4th into 3rd and is trying to reclaim that number 1 position.
Looking at match 24, we're going to see Logan, Cone, and Dar in the Red Alliance against Flying Dragon, Digital Fire, and Inbar in the Blue Alliance. Let's get match number 24 underway.
Alright, so of course neither of our tied for number 1 seeds are in this match, but there's a lot of players looking to pick up their 6th win and bring the pressure.
I tried to come up with a pressure joke, but there's nothing. Just head completely empty. Yeah, there's. You could hear like TV static in my head right there. That was not ideal. We have 72 to 48. Red Alliance pretty far up on the Blue Alliance at the moment. Obviously, Red Alliance has been utilizing the power of Nick. At this point, it's just really pretty obvious that using the power of Nick will increase your score by a pretty significant margin. I don't really know why more.
So how do you get the power of Nick? What do you have to do to summon the power of Nick?
You just use it. You know, it's like breathing. You just use the power of Nick.
Now you're manually breathing.
Oh, why would you say that?
Absolutely wrecked.
Well, you know what? Now you're manually breathing. How does that make you feel?
I am breathing just fine.
You are definitely thinking about breathing. Yeah, it's a two-way bridge. You've also lost the game, so you
Dang.
know.
Not the game.
Yeah,
whatever am I gonna do?
Exactly. That's what they call emotional damage right there. You're now manually breathing and you lost the game. That's just yeah. 40 seconds remaining in this match. 180 to 126. 50 points separating these two alliances. That's quite the gap right now.
Good
Really,
observation.
really lots of scoring that will need to happen from that Blue Alliance if they want to catch up. 21 seconds remaining. The Red Alliance with a pretty insane score, although of course that's Cone, Dar, and Logan all on one alliance. Will they be able to break the 270? There's not a whole lot of time left for Dar to climb. Will Logan be able to slide in and climb? Yes, 274. That is it. That is
And I'm
our
pretty
new
sure that's our
record.
new high score. Yep,
It
and
is.
103 cargo in to boot. Absolutely insane score from Cone, Dar, and Logan. A very strong Qualls alliance, and
Absolutely nuts. That
with
is.
that, Logan shoots up into third in the rankings.
Yep, that was definitely big for Logan. Really needed that to get
Logan
up
can
above
get-
Grog.
Yeah, if Logan can get just one more ranking point on Taelu and Adam, he solidly has that tiebreaker by over 100 points.
Yup.
Okay, we're looking ahead to match 25. We've got Gabriel, Apollo, and Adam on the Red Alliance. We've got Metal, Jello, Mongoose, and Brennan on the Blue Alliance. We're getting to
I just finished
very
my latte
exciting
for those
spots.
curious.
It took you that long to finish the latte?
Yeah, but it was a venti, so
Oh, gotcha. So it's
venti ice
good
chai
old
latte
20
with light
ounces.
ice and oat milk. Anyways, match underway now. Brennan's
Note
gonna
that-
want to boost himself in the rankings if he's gonna want to find himself with a desirable partner for a limbs. Also,
Yep.
all three robots on red have the same contribution right now. No one score. Stop it. No one
same
score ever
contribution
again.
and also same robot. They're all playing Thunder Stamps, which I think is hilarious and I love it, and I am absolutely here for it. I know at the start of the match we saw all of them jump off the field together, and it was really kind of funny. I love watching the Thunder Stamps robots just like flop around on the field. I just think it's really, I don't know. It's just something you don't see every day.
Also, because it's a venti ice, it's actually 24 ounces. Whatever that means, I don't actually know.
I'm assuming that means that it's like 20 ounces of actual fluid, but then they add in 4 ounces of ice,
For the ice, but then I also got it with light ice. So I actually
maybe you just got
win.
more fluid. Yeah. I think that's actually just breaking life right there. Yep. 92 to 120, 30 points separating these two alliances at the moment. Of course, we have seen bigger gaps filled in the past. Man, now I want Starbucks. This is the problem, is that we talk about food or drinks on here and then I just want it, you know?
That's fair. Main thing here is that you have fun doing whatever it is you do. And if you need to order food, I don't know where you live, but like if you can order food, you can do that. Or you can make food.
I can absolutely get Starbucks if I want to. However,
you can even dance if you want to. You can leave the world behind.
I can dance. I can dance, and not a single person can tell me to stop. Actually, they can. I just won't listen to them. Or maybe I will because I have social anxiety. But the match is over, and 191 to 149 in favor of that Blue Alliance.
That's gonna hurt Adam, who was previously top 2. That's gonna be a big hit to him.
Yep, 0 RP. That'll be 0 RP for that Red Alliance, and Adam all the way down into 7th. Oh,
winning and losing matchups is a little bit about. I was trying to think of the copy pasta. I couldn't do it, but anyways, yeah, that's a big one. Taylor's gonna feel the breath off his neck a little bit. Logan's gonna be feeling the opportunities a little bit better. it really opened the door for Logan, actually, because he was just that 1 RP behind, and Adam getting 0 is a big win for Logan.
Yep, and also something to note, Logan, Grog, and Javon all with the same ranking score of 3.13. So all of them within potential. Both Logan and Grog, if either of them get an additional ranking point, they will surpass Telu, as Telu's tiebreaker is lower than that of Logan or Grog.
Looking on to match 26, we've got Dar, Maktar, Inbar in the Red Alliance. We've got Flying Dragon, Garag, and Bionic in the Blue Alliance.
All right, can I just say that Dar, Maktar, and Imbar like all rhymed perfectly, and I
Yeah,
absolutely love
crazy.
it. You sound
I
like
didn't even
Dr.
notice it
Seuss
until I was
right
going to say
there.
it out loud.
Yeah.
All right, match 26. Let's get it underway.
Maktar very dead on the field at the moment. Comes back to life, angles hood, gets one shot off.
The Senegal nerf right there.
Yeah, that'll really hurt you. Although every time it happens, and I point it out, that alliance ends up ahead in auto anyways. Like, maybe it's just better to just sit there and do nothing, you know?
Well, the main thing is, as long as they're not caught off guard, and as long as someone else gets the cargo, right? Like, you don't need to necessarily have all 3 moving around in auto to get all the possible cargo in the hub.
Yep, absolutely. I also just want to point out, I just heard Brennan in the background going, Canada Alliance, woo! And I think it's really funny.
Yeah, that's gonna be coming up next.
Yep.
Yeah, normally when I'm casting, I go in a different room, but today it's so hot that I'm staying in the room with the portable air conditioner.
That sounds like a good idea. It has been hot everywhere. I know I got a severe weather alert, I think yesterday, for where I live. I think at some point Jeff also put that somewhere was getting a severe weather alert where he was looking at. It's hot right now.
Yeah, with humidity here, which is the problem, it feels like 37 degrees Celsius outside. Very fun.
Yeah, it's we're pretty high humidity here too, because we had a really rainy spring. And now it's just there's so much more moisture. I live in kind of a deserty area, and there's just so much more moisture here that it's like 100 degrees plus humidity, which really it really just makes it that much hotter.
Yeah, humidity is gross.
Yeah, it makes y'all nasty, which. Yeah, I believe if I'm correct, 100 is 37. Yeah, so.
Yeah, so here it's like
same
86.
Same temperature.
Here it's 86, but feels like about 100 right now, which is very abnormal for Canada. But heat wave, global warming, all that jazz. 1 second left, and Grog losing another match is gonna. The formerly undefeated player. Falling to Dar, Inbar, and Maktar.
Yep, the rhyming alliance was just too powerful. You know, they had the rhymes. They had them bars. They literally the bars. You know, Dar, Imbar, and Maktar had the bars, and they went
it gave
far.
Them the power.
And then they got in the car, and then they went vroom vroom, and then
please stop.
Oh no.
All right, Canada Alliance, let's go. Oh wait, no, that's not this match either.
27. We've got Digital Fire, Logan, and Javon in the Red Alliance. We've got Cone, Josh, and Telu in the Blue Alliance. This is match 27, and we're going to be able to get started right now.
Yep, and as we look at this this match here, we lots of shots going up and in. Kind of no one moving. You might as well say that's bizarre. I'm sorry. Once it starts, it's not gonna stop. Both alliances are pretty much tied with each other right here, pretty level. Blue Alliance up just a little bit, just a little bit. Nothing that can't be overcome. Although a attack was given to a Red Alliance robot, which will help them get a little bit closer to that Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance kind of starting to go the other direction though. Really starting to get some extra scoring in. Lots of defense happening right now. Pretty much everyone's just beating each other up. Just lots of hands being thrown. Yeah. I don't really know where I was going with that other than this. Oh, and Taylor trying to flip digital, which I think was kind of funny. They just both kind of jumped a little bit.
That's definitely seeing some twists and tangles in the middle of the field as some players are showing off their defensive skills. Taylor, currently your #1 seed, if I'm not mistaken. Definitely with a solid lead here, but they are still shy on the number of powers. Cargo. Maybe? I'm not 100% sure, to be honest, what the number is for this event.
It's 60 cargo balls needed for that ranking
shy
point.
With 40 seconds left. They got to pick up the pace there then, as over 2/3 of the match have elapsed with 30 seconds left now. They got to get 15 in.
Yeah,
Logan also
12.
not a great match for him.
Yep. Taylor trying to flip Logan and ending up just kind of destroying himself.
Over himself.
Yep.
Yeah, with 16 seconds left, this looks like it's going to be rough for Logan's #1 seed hopes, as he's being Javon and Cone are interlocked. With 5 seconds left, we'll see how that goes. Looks like Cone's going to be climb blocked by Javon in some very good defense, but not enough for the Red Alliance, and it is going to go with a 3 RP victory to the blue. Alright, well, everyone does walk home with something after that. But now we see Taylor, only one with a 7-2 record. And the 3.22, his biggest competitors now hunting him down for that position are going to be Dar and Brennan. With 28 ranking points apiece.
Yeah, but no, Dar now our #2 rank, with a ranking score of 3.11. Taylor's still our #1 rank.
Neither of which are in this match, but that does not mean it's not an important one for the rankings as we get closer and closer to Alliance selection.
Yeah, every match is pretty important. It is 12 matches per player or whatever, but like every match still counts. It's still, every single match can cause such a big difference. Okay, this is match 28 out of 36 matches we're going to be playing tonight. We've got Bionic, Metal Jello, and Inbar in the Red Alliance. We've got Maktar, Apollo, and Flying Dragon in the Blue Alliance. Let's kick off match 28.
Sorry, I was muted.
Nope,
my bad.
all good. I was actually listening to a conversation they're having in the event lobby about exploding air tanks. But this match, I don't know, I'm like half listening. Anyways, 44-30 right now with 2 minutes. So plenty of time still, but right now it's going to be Metal Jello versus Apollo and Maktar for the high scoring. Inbar also putting in coming off of that bar victory. It's Maktar versus Inbar, so it's now the battle of the bars.
Yep. That's gonna be our next event. It's actually not TLS. It's actually gonna be the battle of the bars, and anyone with an AR last like name is going to go fight head to head, and whoever doesn't die gets to keep the AR in the name. Everyone else tough. You feel?
I feel.
All right. Sounds good. So
108.72.
sorry if you've made TLS teams. Unlucky. Try again next year.
Yeah, Team Bar is coming for you first.
Exactly. 50 seconds remaining with 40 points separating these two alliances. Not sure if Blue will be able to come back from that. Of course, once again, we have seen crazier stuff happen, but that's more than I think most alliances are really capable of getting. I think Red Alliance. What is their capability? Their capability is 20 plus 15, so 35 endgame. Because they have 2 973 robots. Oh, double tech for that Red Alliance. That is going to hurt them a bit. Wait, I was totally looking at the wrong alliance. No, Blue Alliance can have 40 point climb, but it doesn't matter. They don't get it. 181 to 143 in favor of that Red Alliance.
Wow, not a lot of ranking points to go around there. 2 ranking points to the winning alliance, no bonuses. They did not get the 60 cargo minimum to get the bonus there, and they did not get the 22 endgame minimum. Blue Alliance got the endgame bonus, but it's not a very powerful win there for the Red Alliance, despite them winning.
Yeah.
It still helps. It's better than losing,
It's better than losing, and the 2 RP always good, but definitely Red Alliance focused on the win. Maybe should have emphasized if you knew that you were going to be a little short on the cargo, focusing on endgame might have been the play, but hey, they still have 2 RP. That's still more than the one that the Blue Alliance walked away with.
Yep. And with that, we're heading on to match number 29. In match number 29, you can look forward to seeing Javon, Garog, and Mongoose on the Red Alliance. And then Josh, Dar, and Taylu on the Blue Alliance. Now, Taylu is ranked number 1. Dar is ranked number 2. That's a very powerful alliance right there. Josh and Dar. Dar and Taylu, plus Josh as well. Josh being pretty solid rank, number 8 so far. Very, very powerful Blue Alliance there. And Garog, of course, was leading for a long time. He's still ranked number 5, so let's not count out the Red Alliance either. Okay, looking forward to see what shenanigans we might end up seeing in match 29. Let's get it started.
Ready, everyone doing their best on the field right now. Red Alliance going to be trying to get the upset. Blue Alliance going to be probably pushing for a high score. We'll find out if they're actually able to get that. Red Alliance is only a couple of points down, though, which is pretty good for them. I would honestly expect the gap to be bigger at this point, but it's only, 3 cargo balls separating these two alliances at the moment. That's pretty good. 1 minute 50 seconds remaining.
Yeah, and we're seeing right now Dar, who I believe is I think Dar and Taylu are top 2 seeds at the moment, if I'm
correct.
Yeah, so not gonna change up the rankings in that regard, but they are gonna try to separate themselves from the pack in these final few matches. Especially, this is almost like an audition for Dar onto Taylu's alliance, you could say, and Dar getting
Yep, and also something to note: Grog and Javon on the other alliance. I didn't even realize this at first, but both very good players. Going to be trying to dethrone Telu and Dar. Yeah, this is actually pretty close at the moment.
So, 45 seconds left right now. Not as dominant of a victory as we may have expected, but still plenty of time for Blue Alliance to get the momentum going. With 37 seconds left, Josh is going to be trying to get in the way of possibly Jirog or someone looking to climb. Telu very close to that red hanger zone? Why am I forgetting what it's called? Yeah, it is a hanger zone. So, yeah.
Yep, and Blue not going for any records right now, just trying to take the win. As I think Red Alliance has done a pretty good. Oh my God, Javon does a backflip, as I believe Telu flipped Javon right there, and Telu does manage to get up, but only barely.
And 212 to 163, and what looks to be a 4 RP match for Dar and Josh. And Telu, also another like very elimination potential, something you could see. It's a lot of strong players together, and it's good because we want to see lots of strong players together. So, now that match is done, we'll get you to that final screen in just a moment to look at that match breakdown. And there it is. We see there a very solid match from the Blue Alliance, 212 to 163, and Telu holding that number one spot. How many matches does Brennan have left? We said 12 each, so there's still, still potential people who can get
3 more matches for Brennan.
Yep, we can see that there's lots of potential there still for shakeups in the number one seed, but probably more from Josh than from Brennan. Sorry, Brennan.
This is match 30. Again, we're going through 36 today, so there's 7 more, including this one.
Oh, I totally thought there were only 32. That could be part of the why I was like, yeah.
We've got Cohen, Adam, and Digital Fire on your Red Alliance. We've got Brennan, Logan, and Gabriel on your Blue Alliance. Let's see what's going to happen in match number 30.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough matchup. We'll see what the Bibics can do versus Cone, Digital Fire, and Adam. I guess Gabriel becoming an honorary Bibic for this match. Yeah, 10, 14, 18 to 14, the very, lots of scoring happening in auto as this match gets underway. Blue Alliance will have the advantage.
What would happen if you went through an entire match and you just said the numbers the entire time and nothing else? You just said 44, 46, 48, 52, 54.
Honestly, that's the hardest part, is trying to keep up with what's going on the scoreboard, because I'll start saying a sentence about who's ahead and then look down to see who's ahead to finish the sentence, and then they'll be tied. And I'm like, well, no one's ahead right now. Anyways, 72 to 74, so very tight match here between a lot of very strong competitors. And 90 to 96 now. Again, every time I look at it, it's another very close score here. Blue still with the slight edge, but that could change at any moment in this very back and forth match we've seen here. Cone and Adam, 2 players with a lot of synergy. They've played a lot of matches together. And as it's now all tied up at 108 even, we see 54 seconds left. It is anybody's game. So we'll see what these players have to offer. Shots coming off from Cone in the front, Blue responding, and then all of a sudden all 3 red robots just firing off some 126 to 134 with 30 seconds left. And as we continue to count the numbers, 138, 130, 140, as the cargos go up and up and up, it's all tied up at 140 for the briefest of moments. 19 seconds left here. This match is still anybody's game now within 8 points. Climbs are going to make all the difference as we get into the final moments of this match. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. You got to go climb, Logan. 3, 2, 1. He sticks the landing for a 202 to 182 victory. Holds it all together for the end game, and there we go.
Unicorn match there. The MVP of the match is, I believe, Logan with the 75-point contribution. Adam not that far behind. Okay, number 1 and number 2.
I just want to say a
Taylor
clean
and
match.
Bear, oh yeah, clean match.
Shout out,
yeah.
Clean match. Love those. Good job, team.
Brandon and Logan from that Blue Alliance there, both performing well and moving up to ranks 3 and 4. Okay, we're going to head over to match 31. Let's give intros to everyone in match 31. It's Flying Dragon, it's Dar 2655, and it's Mongoose 2811. And that's your Red Alliance. Okay, for the Blue Alliance, it's Bionic, it's Telu, and it's Apollo 3847. This is match 31.
Major implications for the number 1 seed coming up as we have Dar versus Telu. Currently your number 1 and 2 seeds.
Yeah. Very good
of course,
point.
Telu wanting to hang on to that number 1 rank. Dar looking to dethrone Telu. So let's find out what's going to happen here. Everyone is on the move. Lots of shots going in from both alliances. No one utilizing the power of Nick quite yet. Will they be able to? Flying Dragon looking a little bit lost trying to find some of that extra cargo and ended up shooting a cargo up and over that hub. Once again, I believe it's better if you score the cargo in the hub as opposed to out of the hub. My sources tell me. So that will definitely hurt the Red Alliance a little bit. Every missed shot is always a shot that could have gone in. 2 extra points you could have had. 64 to 72. Blue Alliance up just a little bit on that Red Alliance.
All right, 112 left. Sorry, I was just enjoying the match. I wasn't really talking.
Yeah. No. I was
a
just
very
doing
good
exactly the same thing. I was just kind of like watching it and spacing out, and I was just like, oh, these robots are doing things. Oh yeah, I was supposed to commentate. That's right.
Yeah, and we see here, looks like Telu's gonna be holding on. They've got right now about a 15-point advantage, and there has been some fouls this time that's gonna help them with that advantage. With 45 seconds left, though, still could go either way.
Yep, I mean, we've seen it all really does kind of come down to that end game period when points are this close. We've always seen that the tragedy in the hangar zone, and it's very likely it'll strike again for one of these alliances. It always does.
Yeah, well, Telu and Apollo will need to coordinate their jumps simultaneously, while Bionic on 973 coming in can't invalidate either of those. It's going to be a very close final few seconds. And like you said, tragedy in the end game. Apollo
miss, but they get it.
The redemption era. Redemption era for Apollo and Telu. And the second jump enough to hang on.
That could have been
What?
really bad if we waited a couple of extra seconds there.
Yeah, I know, right? But very well done, and that means that Taylu will hold on to that number 1 spot after that match.
Got
Dar
193
down below Brennan for that number 2 spot.
Yup. Brennan.
Technically, I think. I think Brennan could overtake Taylu unless they play together. But yeah.
Yep, it is possible. Let me check. Oh, well, Brennan and Logan are together 2 matches from now. And
then it's gonna be Brennan and Taylu.
Brennan and Taylu. Yep.
So in that case, I think that means that Logan.
It's gonna be close. I don't know. Yeah.
No, I'm saying if Brennan and Taylu are together in their second match, right?
Yes.
So Brennan can't overtake Taylu. So only people with 30 ranking points or more who don't play with Taylu can overtake Taylu for P1.
Let me check real quick.
Assuming they have 2 matches left.
Yeah, you're correct. Because there would need to be less than 4 points between the 2 of them. So Brennan would need to be at 33 ranking points if he wanted to overtake Taylu. And he would need a 4 ranking point match, but he's not going to get a 5 ranking point match. So I believe actually Taylu might be locked in.
Does Josh or Logan have a match with Taylu?
Josh or Logan. Oops, that's Steam. I didn't want to open Steam. Taylu. Where is Taylu? I see 1 match. Taylu has 1 match remaining, and it's with Brennan.
Oh, that's true. Okay, so Taylu.
Dar, however, has 33 ranking points.
But he also only has 1 match remaining.
Yes. So he could tie. Actually, his tiebreaker is better. His tiebreaker is better.
That's true.
If Taylu gets 0 ranking points, yeah, not locked. If Taylu gets 0 ranking points and Dar gets 3 ranking points, then it is. 4 ranking points. Then it is possible. However, Brennan, Taylu, and Grog on 1 alliance. I can't necessarily see that alliance getting 0.
They're
so much
straight
suspense.
head-to-head.
So much suspense. We're just gonna play out match 32.
Yeah, sounds good to me. And this is a big one as well here. Logan, Brennan, Inbar versus Cone, Javon, and Metal Jello.
That is not match 32. Match 33
Just kidding,
is
it is
Garog,
match-
Maktar, and Adam against Gabriel, Digital Fire, and Josh.
Then you are on the wrong field.
That is correct.
There you go.
Okay,
Alrighty,
let's
it looks
get
like everyone's ready
match
to go.
32 underway.
It's like Blue Line's kind of tripping themselves up there by that upper loading station. That's definitely gonna hurt them a bit. One thing you never want to do is like get in your teammates' way. It's one thing to get in your other alliance's way as you're trying to slow them down. But when it's your teammate, both of you are losing that time that you could be using. So you're essentially like, it's like the other alliance playing defense on 2 robots at once. And we can see how that affected the score right here. The Red Alliance is up by 10 on that Blue Alliance, as Red Alliance was able to score just a little bit more in auto.
And we'll see here 70 to 64, so 6 points between the 2. That's like basically nothing.
Yeah, Blue Alliance is kind of crawling back, just very slowly. Lots of defense happening on this bottom side of the field. Josh and Maktar just kind of locked together at the moment. They are definitely connected. They are very much acting as one robot at the moment. One of them is gonna have to reset. Either one of them is allowed to do it because it's a bumper grab at the moment. It's in Maktar's best interest. There we go. Of course, it's 16 points separating these two alliances. Adam trying to find some cargo, does manage to find it. It is kind of circling around, just being trolled by that piece of cargo, not really able to get it in his robot or anything like that.
30 seconds left, and it is still anybody's game here. Blue Alliance, though, gonna need to make sure their climbs are on point if they want to have a chance at taking some of these ranking points, as they are 10 shy. Make that 8 shy now of the cargo ranking point. They're probably gonna have to go abandon that and go for the climbs instead.
Yeah, with 5 seconds remaining and Maktar only barely putting arms up. And here's the end of the match, and that was Adam that missed. Oh, low scores from both alliances, 165 to 157, 10 points between these two alliances. That's tough. They have 3 ranking points on that Red Alliance, 1 ranking point on the Blue Alliance.
All right, that's match 32 in the books. We're looking ahead to match 33 now. Match 33 is going to put Logan and Inbar and Brennan together on the Red Alliance, going up against Cone, Metal Jello, and Javon. Let's get match 33 underway.
Sorry, I gotta grab my charger. You guys take this one.
This is Brennan's last match of the night in the qualifications. Is it Logan's as well? No, it's not Logan's.
Brennan actually has one more with Taylu.
Oh, you're right. Sorry.
Yeah, it's at the end.
Yeah, okay. So, let's get this one started. Match 33 at the Carina Regional.
Righty, everyone is on the move here. Logan getting a nice drop shot straight in, but bumping his partner, and Inbar shooting 3 power cells off into the blue side of the field rather than into the hub. It's going to hurt him a little bit, although they're only a couple of points, 6 points separating them at the moment. These two alliances are very close. Lots of defense happening at the moment. No one utilizing the power of Nick quite yet. With 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining. Logan and Brennan, of course, both looking to put in some high scores. They are currently down on the Blue Alliance at the moment, very slowly crawling back, and they are now ahead of the Blue Alliance. These two alliances are very, very, very close to each other at the moment. I believe this is probably going to come down to those climbs at the end. I believe Red Alliance has a little bit lower climb potential than Blue. Red Alliance can get 1 traversal, 1 high, and 1 mid. Blue Alliance can get 2 traversals and a mid. But a tech is given to Cone for that launch pad area, and that's going to help that Red Alliance get a little bit farther ahead. Red Alliance looking to grab some extra cargo balls out of the hangar zone before the end game period starts, because once the end game period starts, any red cargo that's in that blue zone is just lost to the zone. And we enter the end game period here and now. 2 cargo balls separating the Red Alliance from the cargo bonus, and they now do get it. Now it's just all about that climb bonus with 20 seconds remaining. Will Red Alliance get it? Inbar will need to start climbing fairly shortly here. They do put their arms up. And Logan is going to try to swing around and get that climb and does get it. Brennan is up, and that is the end of the match. 197 to 174 in favor of that Red Alliance.
All right, that's match 33 in the books. It's going to give both Logan and Bar and Brennan a little bit of a boost. Brennan and Logan, of course, are ranked 2 and 3. Okay, let's look ahead to our next match. This is match number 34. Again, we're going to match 36 this evening. That means we only have 3 matches left of qualifications before it's time for Alliance selection. That's right, you heard it right. Alliance selection is coming very soon. If you are ranked near the top, it might be time to start thinking about pick lists. Okay, match 34 is going to put Josh, Dar, and Apollo on the Red Alliance together against Adam, Digital Fire, and Flying Dragon. Let's get match 34 underway.
Alrighty, everyone out on the move. Red Alliance with about double Blue Alliance's score, but Blue Alliance is starting to bring it back. Not a whole lot of cargo going into the hubs at the moment. Quite a lot of defense happening. Red Alliance now about 20 points up on the Blue Alliance. With 1 minute and 30 seconds left in this match. Flying Dragon trying to grab some cargo on the lower side of the field. Does manage to get it and shoot it up. Adam and Josh kind of fighting for field position on the upper left side of the field. Josh starts to get a little bit of a pin circle, and Adam can't really leave at the moment. Adam trying, but not really able to. Does manage to escape with 1 minute left. 30 points separating these two alliances, 40 points now. It's quite a large lead for that Red Alliance. Dar's going to be quite happy about that. 4 cargo now separates Red Alliance from that wrecking point, and they do now get it with 40 seconds remaining. Flying Dragon getting a little bit of a tech for holding too many cargo balls. We are in the end game period now.
We're in the end game now.
Yup.
Anyways, Dar though, if Dar did have a chance at making that #1 seed, relied on him getting 4 RP.
Oh,
that's not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen.
Oh,
it happens! It happens! It happens!
Absolutely cracked recovery from Apollo is gonna save Dar's chances. Also, a free traversal for Josh as well.
Yep.
So, that helps too. But absolutely cracked recovery from Apollo there. Kudos on that one. Dar, I guess, is not going to get... Never mind, I guess? I don't know. That's suspicious. I guess Taylu has to get 0 first before it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because
But
it's the
they're tied on
average
RP.
ranking score.
That's true. That's a good observation.
Okay. This is the penultimate match. coming up right now, this is match number 35, and it's a big one. We've got
You're
Cone.
the penultimate match.
I don't know what that means, but that's okay. Okay. We've got Cone, Inbar, and Gabriel going up against Grog, Brennan, and Taelu.
Taelu needing to get a ranking point to probably secure himself in the first place.
Okay. Only 2 qualification matches to go until Alliance selection. Let's get the penultimate match underway.
Well, I see it looks like Blue Alliance has a slight advantage out of auto, but definitely something that could be challenged, could be removed, deleted, destroyed. Yeah, it could still go any direction here, but it looks like Cone, Gabriel, and Imbar do have some work to do if they wanna catch up and keep Dar's dreams alive. 64 to 100 right now. So, not the best, but a large volley of shots from everyone going in with 127 left. Now, this is that thing that I mentioned earlier, where if you're the Red Alliance and you're really far behind, maybe you just hoard all the balls and try to jam the hopper. But it seems like that's not going to happen, and with this next shot going in, Dar is unable to take the number 1 seed, Taelu securing it. So that's good for Taelu. But they are not happy with that. They want more in the Carina Regional. They want to destroy the hopes and dreams of the Red Alliance. Make Cone cry.
Also, do want to point out that as the Blue Alliance has hit the cargo bonus, Taelu is now locked into the first seed alliance.
I literally already said that.
Oh,
Keep
sorry.
up.
I literally, yep. Sorry.
I said it. I was on the money as soon as that 60th cargo went in. SMH.
I was
slacking.
like back on the other side of the room because something fell over, and then I came back and I was like, oh, I bet this didn't go noticed. Yep.
Yeah, no, this did not go unnoticed. 60 points here, so unless you know how to get 60 seconds worth of points in 6 seconds, it looks like it's
good sentence.
That's a good sentence. Good seconds. I think that's a high score, is it not?
It is a high score. It is the event high score.
Well, that's pretty solid. Taylor's gonna be happy with that. Locking in that number 1 seed. We do still have one more match to go, and there could still be some changes at the top. Specifically, Logan's 3rd spot is still in jeopardy. He's 1 match down on the others, so he needs a good match to stay ahead of Josh and Dar. At least 1 RP to stay ahead of Josh, and we'll need probably a full 4 RP to stay ahead of Dar, unless they get like a big score, because he is just under 300 points down. So 4 RP or a very high 3 RP match needed here for Logan to hold his number 3 spot.
Alrighty. We have the final match of qualifications and a little bit of an announcement about Alliance selection. Alliance selection will start 5 minutes after the last qualification match concludes. Alliance selection will take place in voice chat, so make sure you stay in the event lobby voice channel on the Discord server. After alliance selection, there will be approximately a 15 to 20 minute break before the round-robin playoffs start. The exact time of the start of the round-robin playoffs will be announced after alliance selection concludes. Okay, now that that's out of the way, we're going to move on to the final qualification match of the SRC Carina Regional. In the Red Alliance, we have Maktar, Javon, and Bionic. In the Blue Alliance, we have Mongoose, Metal Jello, and Logan. Let's go.
Alrighty, getting this final match of the qualification series underway. Both Bionic and Maktar getting a little bit of a slow start into this auto period, but and Maktar missing an entire 3-ball cycle off to the side of the field. That's definitely going to hurt that Red Alliance a little bit. Blue Alliance basically double Red Alliance's score at the moment. That is rather unfortunate. Maktar getting some shots up and in to redeem themselves of the lost shots earlier. Lots of cargo going up and in. Javon going a little bit more passive in this match than most matches. Usually you see Javon getting rather aggressive with the other players, but instead this time choosing to go for a more of a cycling cargo strategy. 40 points now separating these two alliances. Of course, Logan wanting to get as high up on the ranks as is physically possible.
Logan again, remembering he either needs 4 RP or a high-scoring 3 RP match if he wants that third spot. Looks like he will get at least the 1 RP needed to stay ahead of Josh for 4th, but not satisfied with that quite yet. He's still got some more scoring to do. Alternatively, if you're feeling really confident, you go climb early, you trust your teammates. But I think as Logan's the only traversal robot on his alliance, he's going to have to make sure that there's ample space for him to get to that traversal bar and the 973s don't get in the way.
Yep, and 10 seconds remaining. Maktar looking like they're a little bit stuck on that side of the truss. Will be able to get up any higher. Doesn't look like they will be able to with 1 second remaining, and that is the end of the match.
And also the end of qualifications.
Yep. We are now moving on to the alliance selection. We'll have a 5-minute break, as Nick said earlier, and then we will start the alliance selections. The rankings are now locked in order.
No more ranking points up for grabs. It is alliance selection time. Well, not actually time. There's gonna be like a few moments for people to figure out their stuff, but then it'll be alliance selection time.
Indeed. You got your timer up on the screen right here, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Welcome back, everyone. We are back at the SRC Carina Regional, and we have our seeds ready to begin alliance selection. So we are excited to have Telu here, who was your top rank. Telu had an RS of 3.42 and is your number 1 rank. So Telu will be the captain of the number 1 alliance and will have first pick of who they want to invite to their alliance. Telu, who would you like to invite to join you in the number 1 alliance?
Telu would like to invite Logan 4476 to join my alliance.
Logan 4476, who is ranked 3rd with an RS of 3.17. Would you like to accept Logan?
I accept.
Logan accepts. Okay, and now we set Brennan as the number 2 alliance captain.
with
Yo.
my queue.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brennan is ranked number 2 with a 3.33 ranking score.
All right, we're taking Adam.
Okay, Adam. 1,000. But I'm bad at reading numbers. 10836.
10,
Yeah.
10,836.
Yeah, that's a good way of saying it. Okay. Adam is ranked 8th with an RS of 2.58. Adam, what is your response?
I will accept.
Adam accepts. Okay. Dar is your 3rd Alliance captain. Dar is rank 4 with an RS of 3.08. Dar, who would you like to invite to join the number 3 Alliance?
I would like to invite Garog to join my alliance.
Okay. Garog is ranked number 6 with an RS of 2.83. What would you like to say to Dar's proposition?
Accept.
Okay. With that acceptance, we now move Josh to the number 4 Alliance captain position, and Josh was ranked number 5 with an RS of 2.92. Josh, who would you like to invite?
I'm gonna need a minute here to think.
Okay.
Alright, I've come to a decision.
Okay.
I would like to invite Cone to join my alliance.
Cone is ranked 10 with an RS of 2.33. Cone, what would you like to do?
I accept.
Cone accepts. And now Mongoose is the number 5 Alliance captain. Mongoose is ranked 7th with an RS of 2.58. Mongoose, who would you like to invite to join you in the number 5 Alliance?
I would like to invite Javon.
Okay. Javon is ranked 9th with an RS of 2.42. Javon, what would you like to do?
I accept.
Javon accepts. Okay. And now we're going to head back up to the number 1 Alliance of Logan and Telu. Telu and Logan. And we're going to see who they want to invite as their 3rd robot, their 2nd pick. We're going to give them a moment. Still available for selection. Everyone on the screen here. A lot of solid options available, and I believe we have Telu. Oh, no, we don't. Still waiting. Telu and Logan are now coming here to make their selection. Telu, who would you like to invite to join you on the number 1 Alliance?
Telu 9 and Logan would like to invite Metal Jello.
Metal Jello. Metal Jello has a ranking of 12th with an RS of 2.17. Metal Jello, what would you like to do?
I accept.
Metal Jello accepts, and that rounds out your number 1 Alliance. Okay, moving on to the number 2 Alliance of Brennan and Adam. Brennan, who would you like to invite to your number 2 Alliance?
We are gonna get another Canadian on our squad with Gabriel 5032.
Gabriel 5032 is ranked 11th with an RS of 2.33.
I accept.
And Gabriel accepts, and that rounds out your number 2 Alliance. Okay, moving on to your number 3 Alliance of Dar and Garog. I believe that Dar is here to make the number 3 Alliance selection. It's last pick.
Alliance 3 would like to invite Apollo to join our alliance.
Okay, Apollo is rank 14 with an RS of 2.0. Apollo, would you like to accept?
Apollo would like to play with you, Dar.
All right. That rounds out the number 3 Alliance. And now we move on to the number 4 Alliance of Josh and Cone. Josh, who would you like to invite to join you on your number 4 Alliance?
I would like to invite Digital Fire to join our alliance.
Digital Fire is ranked 17th with an RS of 1.75. Digital Fire, would you like to accept?
Sorry, hello? Can you hear me? Alright, yes, we would love to play with you, Josh.
Okay, Digital Fire accepts, and that rounds out your number 4 alliance. And now, last but not least, we move on to the number 5 alliance of Mongoose and Javon. Who would you like to invite to join you on the number 5 alliance?
I'd like to invite Inbar to join our alliance.
All right, Inbar is ranked 15th with an RS of 1.92. Inbar, what would you like to do?
We will accept.
Okay, and with that acceptance, we have our 5 alliances moving on to the round robin that are settled. And since it is it's 6:25 in Eastern time right now. So what we're going to do is at 45 minutes above the hour is when we're going to start the round robin playoffs. So we're looking forward to that. We're going to give you 20 minutes, a little bit less than that. We're going to give you 19 minutes, and we'll see you on the field. Good luck, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome back.
Show on the road.
Yeah.
I committed to my sentence. Sorry, Nick.
That's okay. Welcome back to the SRC Carina Regional as part of the Second Robotics Competition's 2022 season here in Rapid React. We're playing on the XRC simulator, of course, and if you're not familiar, you can download the XRC simulator from xrcsimulator.org, and if you aren't familiar, then, like, what are you doing? I mean, you should, like, come and join us. There's a link on the screen, so you can join our Discord, and you can compete in our very frequent competitions. So, with that said, we've got our playoffs. As you can see, we've got the match schedule here. We're going to be playing 10 round-robin matches so that all of our 5 alliances end up playing the other of the alliances. In the first round-robin match, we're going to see Alliance 1 in red bumpers going up against Alliance 4 in blue bumpers. This means we're going to see Telu, Logan, and Metal Jello going up against Josh, Cone, and Digital Fire. A lot of very powerful robots, a lot of very skilled players in the match at the same time. So definitely be on the lookout for this exciting action. Thank you to Jeff for the gifted sub. And with that, we're going to be looking to get round robin playoffs underway in just a moment.
Whack.
Okay, let's transition over to the field and see what's going on the field. We can see the players. Anything interesting going on with their robots?
Well,
looks like they're playing on the swings over there, the Blue Alliance, but
yeah. So main differences here: 2 4907 jumping robots on red, only 1 on blue. We've got Josh on what looks like. Wait, is Josh on 4907 too? No. Yes? No, I don't know the robots very well.
No, it looks like he's on one that actually
Josh
counts.
is on Bulldogs.
Bulldogs, okay. See, that's why I was confused. I didn't recognize Bulldogs. Bulldogs making a comeback. That's the story of this match.
Okay, so we're just going to give them an advance warning, and we're going to get the match started. Okay. This is the first round-robin playoffs match of the Carina Regional. Here we go.
It is lights out and away we go on the round-robin eliminations matches, and we are seeing fast and furious shooting from both of our alliances.
Yup, little bit of waiting on both alliances there after having shot those initial shots. Just waiting for those bounce backs. It's super important that at this level of play, you're waiting for those bounce back shots because it's pretty easy to actually max out all of the shots on your side of the field. Everyone really just has to shoot 1 or 2 balls in auto, and then you've maxed it out. So in order to get that competitive advantage over the other alliance, you really need to be grabbing the cargo balls that are coming out of that upper hub, bouncing onto your side of the field, and then shooting them up back into the hub before auto ends. We are sitting here at 172 to 170. Very close scores. At the moment, only a couple of cargo balls separating these two alliances.
Yeah, so quick change. The lead was briefly in the hands of the Blue Alliance. Now it's all tied up. These players are firing as fast as they can. Notably, we see a little bit more defense in the limbs because Tech Foul there on Digital Fire, but we see more of the defensive play because we don't really care about reaching a certain threshold of scored cargo. So we're seeing, some bumps, some playing. We see Metal Jello working with Josh right now to try and bother each other. 128 to 112, so Red Alliance is starting to roll with it.
As we enter the end game period here, now nobody climbing really yet, just kind of lots of bumping each other around. 20 seconds left, still nobody climbing. Josh is going to start looking at it though. Arms do go up and is in the hangar zone. Flips back, gets up onto high, reaching for traversal. Metal Jello grabbing mid on the other side. Josh getting up to traversal. Cone slides in and Josh fell and Cone fell, and it's tragedy in the hangar zone as per usual. Oh, and on the other side of the field, it also looks like I think that's Logan. Logan didn't get up on the red side either. But that's your final score, 195 to 150 in favor of that Red Alliance number 1.
I think I'm gonna make a band called Tragedy in the Hangar Zone.
I absolutely agree. Yeah. And every song should just end in just pure screaming.
Pure pain. Pure screaming.
Just agony screaming.
I mean, when you get 6 points in the end game, that's a bit of pain.
That's what the kids call emotional damage.
All right, we're going to be moving on. That is the first matchup in the books. You want to give an introduction to our round robin second match for me?
Yep, we've got Alliance number 2 against Alliance number 5. On that Red Alliance representing Alliance number 2, we're going to have Brennan, Adam, and Gabriel, that Canadian Alliance, and they're going to be up against Alliance number 5, who is Mongoose, Javon, and Imbar.
Okay.
Sorry, I got distracted looking up what a mongoose was.
Can head over to the Carina Regional Round Robin Match 2. Okay.
Remember, this is our final regional too, so these players, this is their last chance to make a statement. Even if you're not with someone on an alliance, when championships comes around, pre-scouting is going to be a thing. So this is the time to shine for these players.
Let's get the match started in 3 seconds. And they're off.
Interesting to see that the Blue Alliance has decided that they do not need to climb Traverse. That or they have a stealth plan of how to get 973 up to Traverse, but that already gives, on paper, an advantage to the Red Alliance, who is up out of auto, plus a tech foul on Mongoose, which is a small terrestrial animal. as I've recently learned. 52 to 40 is your current score, Red Alliance with the advantage.
Fun fact, Mongoose is also the name of a JavaScript library, probably named after the animal as well. But
actually, definitely, I think the programming language must have been made first. That just seems like the natural order of things.
There's also a bike company. They're like a Walmart bike company, so they're really not that good. But like there's a brand of bikes called Mongoose. They're like super cheap mountain bikes.
The plural form of mongoose is mongooses.
Wait, I don't like that actually.
I'm.
Why is it not? Why is it not just mongoose? Or sorry, why is it not mongoose?
Nope, it's mongoose, and mongoose right now is helping the Blue Alliance make a comeback. They're only 5 points down, make that 3 points down. So they are keeping this one close. They're saying, we don't care that you had the early advantage in auto, we'll outcycle you in teleop, and they're going to need to because of that aforementioned disadvantage in the endgame, only having the high bar potential from their two 973s. But they do have the lead for a moment, so this is getting spicy.
Yep, 1 point separates these two alliances. Came down to a singular cargo ball going low versus high.
Yeah,
it's actually kind of surprising right now that the Blue Alliance is in a lead. The Blue Alliance, of course, your fifth seed alliance against an alliance with both Brennan and Adam is honestly pretty surprising. But of course, everything is going to come down to these last 8 seconds here, where climbs matter, and we know that the Blue Alliance can only get up so high, and it looks like there's some kind of screwery going on, but will they manage to get up? And they do, but it's not enough. 174 to 163 in favor of that Red Alliance.
I'm interested to see what the endgame score for the Blue Alliance was. I think we're showing, though, that composition has serious potential to take down some intense alliances. So yeah, they got the maximum out of that. Except for the mini drone high climb, but I assume they're not going to be doing that. 174 to 163. A very close and competitive match.
Yep, I mean, it was really all down to that end game where they just couldn't get quite high enough. Obviously, they maximized on what they were capable of doing with those robots, but with that composition, it's rather challenging to match an alliance that can get 2 traversals.
All right, we're looking at the third of our round-robin matches, which is going to put Alliance 3 in the red bumpers, featuring Dar, Grog, and Apollo, up against Alliance 4 in the blue bumpers, featuring Josh, Cone, and Digital Fire.
Yeah, and we've already seen Josh, Cone, and Digital Fire on the field. They scored a 150 in their match against Alliance number 1. So they're nice and warmed up. Alliance 3, this is their first attempt at their strategy on the field, so they haven't had the advantage of having time to refine and make changes from their first match. Also, it looks like Josh is sticking with the Bulldogs here. This time, Bulldogs 4907 and 973 on blue versus the mini drone and double 4907. So, interesting seeing these two alliances take on this game completely differently. And yet, even with all of that, we still have a very close auto, ending up with what looks like will probably be tied, possibly with red advantage once all the bounce backs count in.
Red up just a little bit on that blue alliance. 10 points separating these two alliances, only a couple of cargo balls. Not a whole lot of shooting happening from the blue alliance, lots from the red though. Now the blue gets all of their shots up and in. Minute 30 seconds remaining. Lots of defense happening on this bottom side of the field. Digital Fire looping around, trying to grab some extra cargo balls. And missing both of them, unfortunately, but a 4-ball cycle goes up and in for that Red Alliance. 2 shots up and in for Cone before returning to the bottom side of the field to grab some more cargo. Digital with 1 shot up, having to go and grab some more, returning to that hub. 20 points separate these two alliances. 126 on that Red Alliance, 106 on the Blue Alliance, with 50 seconds remaining. And Josh and who is that? Grog, both very stuck on each other at the moment. One of them is going to have to reset, or maybe a penalty will be given. Let's find out. It's so close to that zone. One of them is going to have to reset eventually. They are grabbed, and a free climb is given to Grog. That's going to hurt that Blue Alliance quite a bit. Josh just not resetting. I'm not really sure what he's doing. 9 seconds remaining. And that is the end of the match, 186 to 159 in favor of that Red Alliance.
Was Josh was able to legally reset there, right?
Correct.
And that's because wheels off of ground, or what's the exact reason?
I believe the actual wording is that's just once your bumper grabbed, you can do it, but also the wheels were off the ground, which is another reason he could have reset.
I guess to me what's crazy about all these matches is seeing the intense reduction in score. There's been so much more defense played that I think it's something interesting to note. I don't know. We haven't seen any 200-point matches yet, so that's going to be...
There's no incentive to get ranking points, right? So you might as well... score your maximum... or I guess try to just beat them, right? Because that's all that matters.
Yeah, and honestly... once you get to this level where there is no incentive, scoring points is just as useful as preventing someone else from scoring those points.
All right, looking ahead to round robin match number 4, we're going to see our two highest ranked alliances. Alliance 1 going up against Alliance 2. It's Telu, Logan, Metal Jello going up against Brennan, Adam, and Gabriel.
Will we have our first 200-point match of Elims? I know we're only like 3 matches in, but still.
All right, this is round robin match number 4. Let's go to the field. This is the number 1 and number 2 alliances. Definitely excited to see this one. Okay, let's get it going.
Well, we're gonna see what these robots are capable of doing. We'll see who's able to pop their, I was gonna say pop their hoppers, but that's very 2020 of me to say. 50 to 42, the current score, as we see a lot of blue going up to make up for this early deficit. We do see Telu, Logan, Metal Jello with the advantage by about 10 points so far. This is one of my favorite Battle of the Bibics. See which brother comes out on top. Right now looking like Logan has the advantage here. First, he steals the most decorated title from Brennan. Then he steals the matches. It is truly a wild ride here. 94-74. Blue continuing to have to make a comeback. Jello really doing a good job at stealing the opponent cargo there, which has not gone unnoticed by Blue. We see Blue really trying to compensate for that by stealing the red. I think Brennan just fired off a red shot though, which maybe it missed. I didn't quite tell. 118-98. So again, disadvantage right now. Blue playing from behind, and it looks like double 4907s means that traverses are not going to be a problem. And actually, Metal Jello going on 973 having higher potential than Brennan on the mini drone. Mini drone known more for its powerful shooting, but Brennan only able to get off 2 ball cycles right now because there's just not a lot of cargo around.
With 40 seconds remaining in this match, 20 points separate these two alliances. Blue Alliance is going to have to work quite a bit harder if they want to catch up, and Brennan gets teched out. I'm assuming because of the launch pad trying to leave that that hangar zone on that red side of the field, and now 30 points separate these two alliances. With 20 seconds remaining, it's going to be quite difficult for that Blue Alliance to be able to catch back up, but we know it's possible. We've seen it done before. Gabriel lines up and jumps, makes it all the way up. Metal Jello swinging up a little bit higher. Adam jumps, gets up. All the red robots are up in the air, and that is the end of the match, 228-198 in favor of the Red Alliance.
What's wild is we see the top 3 there, Logan, Taylor, and Brennan, all scoring north of 90 points. But Brennan, the only one on his alliance to do so, really putting in the work on the mini drone, but unfortunately not enough for his alliance to get carried to victory. And it is number 1 seed taking down the number 2 seed in round robin match number 4.
Alright, looking at these endgames, both of them perfect 36s. That does help because the hangar score is the first tiebreaker after the round robin score, as we'll see on the leaderboard over here. Obviously, the win is more important, but Alliance 1 is increasing to a 2-0 record so far. And Alliance 2 certainly will not go undefeated. But we're going to now see Alliance 1 in another match. This is their next back-to-back match. They're going up against Alliance number 3. So, welcome back to the field for another time. Taylor, Logan, and Metal Jello in red bumpers going up against Dar, Garog, and Apollo in blue bumpers. This is going to be round robin number 5. Yes, Jake?
I also wanted to point out that our alliances are currently ranked in exact alliance order. Going from 1 to 5, we have Alliance 1, Alliance 2, Alliance 3, Alliance 4, and Alliance 5.
That's a good observation.
Damn. Thanks for your counting. Counting is a theme of the day. Counting is a theme
I
of the day.
counted to 6 earlier. You counted to 5. I
No,
think them
yeah,
not allowed.
damn. I guess Jake is just worse.
Well, like I said, counting to 6 is just a little too scary. I think that's just too much power. It's like it's like literally having all the infinity stones. Like if you can count to 6, man, you gotta be stopped.
Speaking of 6 minus 1 is 5. Let's get round robin 5 underway.
You're gonna say we have 6 robots on the field. Let's go, but that works too. All robots are now on the move. Everyone is shooting up high nicely. 18-18. Our scores are even here as we exit the auto period. The alliance is fairly similar, I guess, at this point in scoring power. pretty much matching each other shot for shot. Although Red Alliance is now 6 points up on the Blue Alliance. That is about 1 cycle up. 1 minute 50 seconds remaining.
The gamers are gaming, and it is 84 to 76 right now. So 70, never mind. 84 to 84 now. I'll tie it. I give up. The gamers are gaming. The balls are going in, and it is a close match, is what I am trying to say.
Gamers are gaming. I like that, actually.
Both alliances cracking 100 points with 117 left. So it is still a very close match. This is a preview of, well, it's not necessarily a preview, but it could be a preview of more matches to come. We see 116 to 113. We got Dar on his mini drone doing Dar on mini drone things, firing away shots. 58 seconds left, and gamers are gaming. Like, that's just how it is.
It do be kind of like that, though. Note that the Blue Alliance has gotten 1 low goal. So that 1 point lost to the low goal, as of course the low goal is worth half of the upper goal's score. As we enter the end game period now, Metal Jello getting a nice big cycle up and in, but accidentally knocking out Logan's cargo ball out of the upper hub. People are going to have to start thinking about climbing. And Apollo maybe thinks about it, decides to go back and shoot. 20 or 12 seconds left. Apollo lines up and jumps, is up on the top. Telu jumps. Metal Jello is leaving some room for Logan. Logan jumps, and that's the end of the match. 208 to 203 in favor of the Red Alliance.
It only came down to 5 points that match. That was even closer than the number 3 alliance came much closer to beating the number 1 alliance compared to that number 2 alliance from last match. That was a 30-point difference last match. This match was only 5-point match.
Yeah, momentum is building. The Falcons are getting hot. The Robo Rios are working at maximum computational speed. These players are putting in their all, and 72 to 71 cargo. So really all that was in it there was that autonomous period.
All right, looking on to match number 6. We're going to see Alliance 5 in red bumpers. This is Mongoose, Javon, and Inbar going up against Alliance 4 in blue bumpers. This is Josh, Cone, and Digital Fire.
So today's fun mongoose fact. Did you know that some species of mongoose can actually learn simple tricks?
I didn't know that, but that sounds pretty cool. I'd like to see some videos of mongoose tricks later, I guess.
We've clearly found a species of mongoose that can play XRC. And speaking of mongoose playing XRC, let's see how mongoose plays this XRC match for round robin number 6.
Okay.
Like that segue there? Good old Jake segues are coming back. They're making a return. Let me get this match underway. Josh with that Bulldogs getting all of the shots up and in. Lots of cargo going into the upper hub all at once. The hub is barely managing to cope, but does manage to get everything through, and everyone's scrambling to get those last second shots in auto. Red Alliance comes out a little bit on top. $62-64 points on that Red Alliance, almost 20 points up on, or actually about 10 points up on the Blue Alliance. 21 cargo having been scored for the Red Alliance, 18 having been scored for the Blue Alliance. Of course, though, the cargo doesn't really matter as there are no ranking points in playoffs. Josh lining up and getting a shot up and in before making Inbar miss a shot. 78 to 66 in favor of that red number 5 alliance. And Inbar getting teched out on the launch pad. I'm really forgetting the names of everything right now. On that blue side of the field, that helps blue get a little bit closer, and now they're only 1 point behind the red alliance with 50 seconds remaining. Lots of defense on the bottom side of the field. Mongoose looping around, trying to grab some cargo, shooting it up and in. Lots of missed shots for blue. 1 missed shot for red. But it doesn't matter. Blue Alliance is now up. Red Alliance now takes it back. And there's a free climb given to Inbar. Inbar will not need to try to get up any higher. Of course, that will help that Red Alliance quite a bit, as they could not get any traversals previously. Digital Fire takes some shots up and in. Javon trying to slow down Cone's climb. Will there be enough time for Javon to climb? With 1 second remaining, no, doesn't get up. And that is what determines the match, is Javon not climbing. Even if Javon had gone on that low bar, the Red Alliance would have won, but they didn't. 148 to 150 in favor of that Blue Alliance.
That one penalty really came back to bite the Red Alliance in the behind. There, 148 to 150, only 1 cargo, 1 point, like 1 shot, anything would have made the difference there. But unfortunately for the Red Alliance, they will be taking another loss. Mongoose, not quite extinct, but you can say that this alliance is definitely endangered of not making it to the final. No one gonna say anything about that?
Nope. Absolutely wrecked. I'm gonna leave you sitting there sweating.
Anyways, I guess we'll move on to match number 7.
Yeah, I just have to enter all of the stuff in, which is taking a moment.
Not allowed.
Don't you know moments in XRC are actually banned? It's a red card.
What happens when we give the FTA a red card?
The FTA gets disqualified for the match.
That's our first blue victory.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Though it is the first time that the Blue Alliance was the higher seed, so it does continue the fact that the higher seed.
Yeah, the higher seed is still always win.
But it has definitely not been that clear cut. It has been very close so far. So we will see what happens. Mongoose, Javon, and Inbar, they got 2 minutes to figure themselves out and figure out how they're gonna take that frown and turn it upside down.
True. Because you can't be frowning during an XRC match, because it'll affect your performance for sure.
Yep, it's just like breakfast. Frowning is like not eating breakfast. We're going all the way back to that conversation at the very beginning of the competition.
Yeah. So we're going to head over to the field where we've got round robin match number 7. And we've got Alliance 5 in red bumpers, that's Mongoose, Javon, and Inbar. And we've got Alliance 3 in blue bumpers, that's Dar, Garog, and Apollo. Let's get round robin 7 underway.
All right. Well, I was gonna say they're underway, but they're not underway until now. Now they're underway. Now they're starting, and it looks like initial advantage goes to blue, but there's a lot of cargo yet to be scored. As that hopper slowly works through it all, that means there's gonna be a lot less time for bounce backs, and we have started 38 to 34 for the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance, again, the higher seed here, make that 44 to 36. We see the Blue Alliance here with the early advantage. Red Alliance just off a loss, looking to change things up, and they are bringing it back right now. 1:57 left in the match, 50 to 54 the current score. And a big cycle there for the Red Alliance there. Inbar, Mongoose shooting simultaneously. We are all tied up after that early advantage for Blue Alliance. That is gone, done, dusted, deleted, as we see 64 to 70 your current score.
With 1 minute 30 seconds remaining, Blue Alliance is up 10 points on the Red Alliance. Will they be able to keep that lead, or will the 5th seed Alliance actually decide to take out the Blue Alliance? 6 points separating these two alliances. Lots of red cargo being shot in. 2 points now separate these two alliances. Red Alliance really wants this victory. Inbar struggling a little bit with some cargo jammed in their robot. Lots of shots going in for both alliances. Blue has started to walk away with the lead again. Not really what Red Alliance wants to see, with 45 seconds remaining. We enter the end game period right now. 20 points now separating these two alliances. Red really just not scoring all that much right now, whereas Blue is doing a little bit more of that scoring. Ten seconds remaining. Apollo lining up. Mongoose hooks up. Apollo jumps and misses. Grog manages to get it, and at the last second, and Apollo misses again, but it's not enough to swing the match in the other direction. And that is the end of the match, 216 to 161.
Yeah, after initially holding it close, the Blue Alliance was able to just run away with it and take another win for the road. Paulo Dar and Garog again with that victory.
And also a very sad goodbye. We do realize, of course, Alliance number 5, as they now have 3 losses, are now locked out of the finals.
It's
but
not
of course,
goodbye, they still have
it's
more
not.
matches
It's not
to go.
goodbye. It's not goodbye. But they will be out as soon as these next matches are done.
They have,
No, I'm not sure about that. They are locked out of the number 1 seed, but they could
actually
still
be right.
They could still take that. They're not extinct. They're endangered.
Actually, nope, because they only play 1 more match, and they would need 2 wins in order to get it.
Okay, well then I guess they're extinct, but whatever.
Yep, they're extinct.
We'll still see them play, so they're not gone yet, and they could still influence higher seeds. So it's really important that they keep giving it their all.
Yep, it is. They now have the chance to cause chaos, and
honestly, that's the best thing. Like
exactly, try to tumble the orders a little bit.
All right, this is round robin 8 that we're previewing on the screen right here. In the red bumpers, we've got Alliance 4 featuring Josh, Cone, Digital Fire. And in the blue bumpers, we've got Alliance 2 featuring Brennan, Adam, and Gabriel.
When you say featuring like that, I feel like, Alliance 2 is a band, and then they've just, hired Josh, or they've just hired, Brennan, Adam, and Gabriel for, featured in a song. Same with, Alliance, you know what I mean? It's this band featuring all these other people in this song.
True. That's what it feels like.
A really big collab.
Yeah, exactly. It's a big collab here. All right,
this is round robin 8.
It looks like the Blue Alliance's mixtape has dropped hotter as they have the early advantage. Just kidding, they're tied up and now they're actually losing. Red Alliance with the surprise comeback mixtape drop. Anyways, ignoring that, they are neck and neck here with lots of time left on the board, lots of time for some decision making and questionable executions and good executions and all the skills. 145 left as we see Josh. He was dealing with Adam. Adam's gone off to go deal with Cone and now opting for some pickups instead. Adam has now defended all 3 robots in the span of like me having one speech, which is very impressive. We see him going around. He's causing chaos. He is an agent of chaos. And this match is very important for that finalist position. Alliance number 2 versus Alliance number 3. Right now, Brennan versus Cone. They play together quite a lot. Now they're dealing with each other in limbs. 10 points separating these 2 alliances as we have about a minute left. And Blue Alliance is going to need to make a change in tempo, a change in pace as they start to work back that advantage. They brought it within 4 for now, but Red has a big volley incoming. Misses critically from Cone under pressure. That's going to help open the door for the Blue Alliance. Give them a chance to tie it up at the moment with 42 seconds, and it's like we never even started. 106 to 108 now as we are within 2 points. Brennan dealing with Josh. Josh trying to take those cargo away from him. We see him just trying to intake. He can't quite get it. His teammates, though, still scoring quite fast and furiously. Gabriel and Adam working away on it while Brennan was struggling there, but he is now back in it. He's now dealing with Josh, even pushing around Josh a little bit. Josh, after he's still been playing Bulldogs, trying it out with 11 seconds left. No one has climbed yet, so it's all going to come down to the final 6 seconds. Gabriel versus Josh. It looks like it's not going to work very well. Brennan's going to get up at the absolute last second, and that's going to seal the deal there. Gabriel climbing at the end is not going to count for them, but they do still have the advantage there. Another very low-scoring match, very heavy on the defense. Blue Alliance takes the W here. That's going to be the Blue Alliance Alliance number 2 taking that match. And we can see there, that one was all in the cargo. They were actually tied in endgame and auto.
Something to note is that we still, at this point, have all of our higher alliances have seeded above, or not seeded, but beaten their lower alliance partners. We have 2 matches for that not to be the case. So Alliance 5 and Alliance 3 will be trying to complete upsets.
Yep, this is going to be a match here to see if someone can stop the rampage of Alliance number 1. Right now, something to note is that Alliance number 3 and Alliance number 2 switched in the order because of that hanger score, and that's going to be very dramatic as we get into the next round. But right now, Alliance number 1 and Alliance number 5, we're going to see if Alliance number 5 can end their winless streak. Alliance number 1 trying to go undefeated. We'll see what happens.
All right,
Be
let's
the
head
agent
over
of
to
chaos.
the field for number 9. This is round robin number 9. Again, in blue bumpers, let's welcome Mongoose, Javon, and Inbar. And in red bumpers, let's welcome Telu, Logan, and Metal Jello. Okay, let's get number 9 underway.
Alrighty. Nobody's moving. This
is indeed what they're doing. I believe that. Oh my god! This is magic.
What? What is happening? I can't tell if that was lag or if that was just.
I'm pretty sure that they coordinated that.
That was wild. I have never seen anything like that. Why? That's the real question is
Why not is the real question.
So I feel like I would be the kind of person to make that be like, yeah, guys, let's do it. And then as soon as the match started, I would just start moving and start scoring, and the other alliance is like, what? But looks like everyone was honorable in whatever that was, but that was kind of funny. I'm not gonna lie, I was freaking out for a second thinking my internet was broken. So our score is at 52-46 in favor of that higher ranked alliance number 1 in red bumpers. Not a whole lot of shooting going on, a lot of defense though. Javon going back to his aggressive roots, trying to stop everyone from scoring, manages to make Logan miss 1 out of 2 shots. Taylor also missing 1 out of 2 shots due to the defense being played on him. 50 seconds remain, and a tech is given to someone on the upper side of the field. It was so fast, I couldn't even see what happened. Javon is on some sort of like speed, whatever. I don't know. That was fast. Lots of pushing around the field. Looked like Javon had like some sort of like star power activate or something like that. And just started zooming across the field. Javon pushing Logan into the corner. Logan trying to spin off and go grab some cargo. Grabs the cargo, shoots it up and in. Also shooting up and in is Metal Jello, who now swings around to grab a bit more cargo and put it up into the upper hub. Inbar on the other side of the field, trying to grab that upper bar, trying to reach up high. 3 seconds left. That is the end of the match, and that is it. 155-110 in favor of that red alliance.
And with that, it looks like your number 1 alliance will go undefeated. They will clinch that number 1 spot, and they will be your red bumpers players for the finals that are going to be coming up in a little bit. But what's interesting is that it is not certain. We forgot that that Autonomous was pretty funny. They were coordinating before the match started, where they said we should not do anything for all of auto, don't even deploy intake. So that was a funny shenanigans to see. But anyway, with that, number 1 alliance clinching finals. They will be making it to the finals. They will be in the red bumpers because they are the number 1 seed. And we will also see who will be joining them. We don't know who is going to go up against them yet. That's still to be determined because we have 1 final match left to go. And it's going to be either Alliance 3 or Alliance 2. So whoever wins this match is going to be advancing to the finals. So Alliance 2 and 3, super close so far. They're both 2-1. Alliance 3 is ranked higher than Alliance 2 at the moment because their hangar score is higher. And when both Alliance 2 and Alliance 3 went up against the number 1 seeded alliance, both of them lost, but Alliance 3, the lower seed, did much better. They came much closer. So this is definitely very interesting. It isn't we haven't seen any upsets so far. No upsets so far, but this, if there was an upset, I think this is the one to see the upset on. I think this is the one that we very much could see an upset on. In fact, I think, just based on the numbers so far, it looks more likely that the third alliance could end up being the winner. So we'll have to see how it goes.
Wild. Let's do it. Let's get into it. Let's not waste any more time thinking about what's going to happen. Let's find out what's going to happen.
Yep, I just got to finish entering the scores from the previous match. So one moment.
All right, I'll say that again nice and slow. Let's find out what's going to happen during
Yep. Okay. That's enough of that.
this match.
Okay, we're heading over to the field for round robin number 10. This is the last of the round robin, and this is the most important of the round robins because it's determining who's going to be challenging the number 1 alliance in the finals. It's win or go home. Win it, or win it to be in it. What's the
win it or bin it?
Okay.
It's basically clutch or kick. That's what's happening right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways of saying it. Yeah, win it to be in it. So this is definitely an exciting match to not miss. Okay. In the red bumpers, it's Brennan, Adam, and Gabriel. In the blue bumpers, it's Dar, Gurog, and Apollo. Let's get it off. And ready.
All right. As we get our preview of the robots, we see a slight delay in getting things started for the Red Alliance. Looks like it was tactical, making sure that all of those cargo got up. It'll all be bounce backs. It looks like Red has a few opportunities, Blue as well. This is a very tight match thus far. We see 46 to 46, 50 to 46. Apollo responds. He wants to tie that all back up. With 2 minutes and 4 seconds on the clock, anything can happen and usually does. It is going to come down to the slimmest of margins. So we see here the biggest difference that I see between these alliances is that the Blue Alliance is very consistent across who's scoring, 22, 24, 22 contributions, versus the Red Alliance, which is a little bit more balanced towards Brennan. So if the Blue Alliance wants to make a heavier impact, that's who they need to be going for. That's who they need to be playing defense on. And we see Garag doing that for a brief moment, but then letting Brennan off to go score. On the mini drone, you expect a higher scoring Dar. Instead, doing some one ball cycles, taking a bit more time to get into it. Brennan actually having to deal now with the defense of Apollo and Garag. It's going to be a very close matchup as we continue to see. It's been quite a while since Brennan was able to get any off into the hopper. As I say that, of course, he does 2 right there. It is still 106 to 100 points. 60 seconds left now as we approach the end game. Is going to start coming up faster than you expect. These alliances are going to want to work very hard to make sure that they are coordinated. It's 110 to 110. There is nothing between these two. We talked about the possibility of an upset. It's going to come down to who does not choke. 45 seconds left, 128 to 124. These alliances going at it. Apollo in the opponent hangar zone there. 38 seconds, so he gets out of there. Doesn't want to risk giving a free traversal climb, especially to the mini drone robot of Brennan, who could not otherwise climb. Good bump from Apollo there, as Brennan does miss some of the shots with 26 seconds left. Remembering now that we are in the point where if you touch someone in their hangar zone, that's going to be big trouble for you. 152 to 132 as the Blue Alliance starting to run away with it a little bit in the dying seconds of the match. 10 seconds left. We're seeing some climb box happen. The 4907s are going to run back to their positions. We're going to see what Brennan and Dar are able to do, what impact they can make. Brennan's going to go for a climb at the end. And the missed climb from the Blue Alliance is going to cause a 1-point victory for the Red Alliance. I didn't believe it. I thought it was over, but Apollo with the missed jump didn't have time to reset himself. He pushed it to the end, trying to get as many cargo as possible. And that's going to be Alliance 2 by the skin of their teeth, making it into the finals.
That was incredible. I would not have guessed that this could have been a 1-point match there. That's incredible.
You cannot script this. You cannot script this.
You could also, I think it was also really funny that right before we could see what happened, I could just hear Brennan screaming in the background. Just the, oh!
Absolutely. It seemed like it was over. It was close. It was close. It was close. Blue Alliance has started to pick up the tempo, and at the end, it just didn't come through. And then that means they're gonna, Red Alliance is gonna be riding high right now going into finals. This is gonna be, it's gonna be something. I don't know what it's gonna be, but it's gonna be something. The big thing I noticed was that Brennan started having a much higher scoring ratio of the points. He had a higher amount than his two teammates. Blue Alliance was relatively even matched, and then the defense like murdered him straight up because they're like mini drones scoring a lot. Let's kill it. Let's shut it down. And that left his two partners to fill in the gaps. But Adam and Gabriel stepped up to the plate, didn't choke when it was needed most, and now we have our two finalist alliances.
We have predictions open in Twitch chat, so predict who you think is going to win the match. Taken, you might want to go to the question box, but for everyone else, there is a prediction that is open. There's a prediction that is open. Predict who's going to win the match. So that prediction is open for 60 more seconds. Don't miss the prediction. And we'll be back with the finals action after this brief ad break. So if you see the ads, we'll see you when you come back. And if you don't see the ads, then you'll be chilling with me for the music. Hello, and what's the update from that, Tegan?
All good, no problems. We're gonna keep on steamrolling through. We're gonna start our best of 3 final series.
All right. Okay, so it's Alliance 1 and Alliance 2 that are going to be advancing to the finals. And as we look back on this, we went 10 matches. The higher seed always won. It was super close every time, but no upsets so far. So this could be potentially the first time. I mean, this is the last chance for us to potentially see an upset, of course. We're going to have...
Honestly, the main thing is, even though we didn't have any quote-unquote upsets, I am not upset with the level of gameplay we saw. These are super, super close matches that we've had, several of which have been within 10 points, and I'm enthusiastic about what we're about to see next. I think it's going to be a lot of really fun matches.
That last match, down to that 1 point, it was because of a mistake at the last possible second. So it's the fact that there were no upsets doesn't tell the full story, because every single match was almost an upset. So okay, we're going to head over to the field and we're going to introduce our finalist teams.
Alrighty, on the red side of the field in the red bumpers, we are going to have the number 1 alliance, which is going to be Telu, Logan, and Metal Jello. They will be playing up against the players from the number 2 alliances, or the number 2 alliance in the blue bumpers. That's going to be Brennan, Adam, and Gabriel. Of course, Brennan and Logan are brothers, so this will be a little bit of a family rivalry going on right here.
Family feud.
Exactly. Let's get this finals series underway.
All right, it's the Carina Regional Finals Match 1. Let's start the countdown.
3, 2, 1. What? There we go. It's going. Finals underway, and we see it's going to be a very tight autonomous period. We've seen several of these autos come down to the bounce backs. Looks like Blue Alliance. Logan tipped himself over there. That's going to be a big issue for the Red Alliance, as they are slightly down now. Tying it all up there, back underway. And again, whenever the score evens out, it's like the rest of the match hasn't even happened. These robots firing away fast and furiously. We see shots coming in from Logan on the move. Absolutely cracked content there from the number 1 alliance. A tech foul. Gabriel getting teched out there on the launch pad. That's going to give Red a little bit of an advantage, advantage, but still plenty of time left. How did Brennan got caught out in that? Looks like maybe he had too many cells under his control. This is giving Red momentum. It's giving them velocity. It's giving them speed. It's giving them the power they need to continue on with their run of dominance. They went undefeated through the round robin. They're looking to continue that here in 2-0 sweep. 1:11 left in the match here, and it is within 4 points That is 2 cargo or 1 low climb. So many ways that these alliances can look to make up these points. I think if we were clean right now, it would be Blue Alliance advantage. They do take the advantage. They say, we don't care about fouls. We're going to take it anyway. 55 seconds left in the match. All tied up yet again. Logan looking for cargo in his hangar zone. We're starting to see a lot of shots go off. It's leaving very limited opportunity for robots to pick up their cargo. A cycle of 3 coming off from Gabriel. 1 does miss, but it gets shot over to their side of the field. Brennan playing very heavy defense between his cycles right now, trying to disrupt Telu. 124 to 126. Endgame now, your hangars are safe zones. So we're going to be watching out for possible climb blocks, possible accidental given traversals. 134 to 138. It does not get much closer than this. Adam going very dangerously there near the launch pad. Gets out scot-free. We see Gabriel lining up nice and early to climb. Doesn't want to get caught out the way we saw Apollo in that last match. It's all tied up with 5 seconds left. Adam's going to line up. Gabriel's up. Adam is up. It's going to come down. It looks like Logan is blocked, and that's going to be...
We touched the mid part. We touched the high.
That's how it is.
I think Brennan's reaction just described everything right there. Just the
I just let him
what?
commentate. I just let it go.
Yeah,
we
should
are
just
all
let
tied
Brennan
up.
commentate. Oh, I did not expect that to happen.
Red Alliance was going to lose, and then they maybe they sent like a gust of wind over to the Blue Alliance side, and then they had them touching the high bar, and that was it. They jumped so early. They were so good. They were so lined up, but it just didn't happen. I guess. It's like it never even happened.
Yeah, something to note is that I think Adam climbed backwards, meaning that his robot is a little bit longer towards the center side of the field, which means it's much easier to swing into that high bar and get that high climb rather than the traversal.
I thought it was all over as soon as Logan was climb blocked. Like, I thought it was over.
Yeah, I honestly did too.
And the crazy thing is, wait, I'm assuming that means that we're gonna treat this as a best of 4, or first to 2 wins, however you wanna say it.
Yep, it is first to 2 wins, so we're going to 3 total matches. Let's find out how this second match is gonna go.
Well, it does not get close. Is this technically like not the what's it called? Technically, we still like not actually had any upsets. I don't think.
This is still technically finals 1. Like finals 1 really didn't exist.
Before moving on, we are going to I am going to go to the question box and just clear up some things before we get underway, because people have questions, they're gonna get answers. In this match real quick, Jake, so if you notice that I die, just take over. Nick, you need to start streaming again.
Okay, we are back, and that's finals 1, and that was a tie. So we're going to play another match, because that was a tie. So we're gonna get it started.
All right, let's get this started.
Okay, we're heading over. This is Carina Regional Finals 2, Alliance 1 against Alliance 2. This is the redo of the tie, basically. And we're getting it going.
All right, let's see how this one goes this time. We'll see if anyone flips over during auto this time. Looks like Logan has a bit of a slow pickup. We see balls shooting off up into the air. 34 to 28, so early advantage to the Red Lions, but as we've seen, advantages do not necessarily last all that long in this game. Lots of balls shot up there. Another one falling in for the Red Alliance. We see, looks like Red Alliance struggling with lack of balls due to the Blue Alliance strategy of shooting them directly vertically in the air. There are 4 Red Alliance cargo in the hub right now. As we see 60 to 56, the current score. A big miss there from the Red Alliance. Those were 2 missed shots, unfortunately for them. We see Brennan versus Logan again. I think I've seen this one before. Logan's got himself stuck in the corner. Brennan not giving him much space at all, playing with those pin circles. 64 to 70. So Logan being shut down by the mini drone defense. Not sure how many times I've said that one. Taylor now versus Brennan. Brennan playing a lot of defense this time. Last time he had, we've seen him take advantage in other matches. We've seen him play defense, so he's a very versatile player. We are also seeing the Red Alliance trying to steal opponent cargo and shoot them out. This match is giving a higher advantage to the Blue Alliance, but we've seen before leads come crashing down. With a minute left, it is still anybody's game. 57 seconds left on the clock. The lead here hovering around 15 to 16 points. Brennan really pushing those pins right there on Taylor, trying to get as many points as he can by negating other people's points. A miss from Brennan. Gabriel is really putting in the legwork there. Currently match MVP, despite being the 3rd pick on the number 2 seed. So really well played from him as well. 1:22 left on the clock, 20 seconds left. We are seeing these robots scoring as fast as they can, as hard as they can. It's 12 points now with 20 seconds left. Brennan scoring a red cargo. A silly mistake could cost. We've seen them come down to the wire. 14 seconds left. Adam's going to make sure to climb this time. We're going to see any climb blocking possibly. We'll see if Brennan's able to make an impact again. Adam gets his first shot up. Gabriel looking for a spot. He is up. Logan misses, and that's going to spell disaster for the number 1 Alliance. This is our first upset on the field, and that's going to go to Matt. We're going to go to the next match with a Blue Alliance advantage.
It's blue fireworks on the field as they take the win, 176 to 147. That's a massive endgame lead there, 36 to 15. Also a pretty decent 10-point teleop lead. It was Blue Alliance all around after that autonomous period was over, basically. And now on the on the predictions, everyone predicted the Red Alliance would win. So as someone in the chat points out, if Blue wins the next game, someone is getting 17,000 points. All right, so that does indeed wrap up our first real, in terms of advantage giving, finals match. What are your thoughts on that? It was I mean, the score at the end doesn't seem close, but it seemed reasonably close for the first half of the match before Blue started going away with it. So I mean, whatever Blue did there, they want to do again, obviously, but you think that there's anything specifically that Red is going to be talking about in its strategy meeting to improve for next time? What do you think?
I mean, as we've looked at, I mean, the missed climbs. We've been talking about the tragedy in the hangar zone. It's just one of those things. You have to make your climbs. I'd argue even that the last 15 seconds is more important than that first 15 seconds, just because you can score more per action than you can in that start. And just one missed climb, especially with that 4907 robot, is that's a 15-point difference.
Okay, we were waiting for them to come out of their strategy rooms, then they're back out of the locker room and ready to go. So we're going to kick off Finals 3 of the SRC Carina Regional. This is a potential this match has the potential to end it all. If the Blue Alliance wins, then that's the last match and we're going home. If the Red Alliance wins, we're going to be taking it to another match. Okay, here they go. Finals 3. We're getting started.
Alrighty. 4 out of 6 robots on the move. Now the 2 lower thunder stamps begin moving. All shots are going up and in. Red Alliance with a small lead now, and Logan jumps off the field. Not really sure what that was all about. But actually, that would be... yeah, that was Logan who jumped off the field. 2 minutes remaining, 46-44 in favor of the Red Alliance by only a small little margin. Of course, Red Alliance looking to push this to a rubber match. Blue Alliance looking to take the victory here. Brennan barely avoiding getting a tech foul for that launch pad. Taylu trying to stop Brennan from doing anything. Brennan going back to the safety of the launch pad before shooting, getting those shots off before Taylu can do anything about it. Logan grabbing some cargo from the lower side of the field and shooting it up and into that high goal. 83-78 with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining in this match. 3 cargo balls separate these two alliances at the moment. It is very, very close. Brennan trying to get a foul against the Red Alliance, but is unsuccessful. Logan and Brennan basically stuck together like glue. Logan managing to get 2 shots in. Brennan barely managing to get out of a tech from that launch pad zone. 50 seconds remaining, 115-110. In favor of the Red Alliance. This is going to come down to those climbs, those last second climbs. Of course, Red Alliance with a slight amount of climb potential that is greater than the Blue Alliance. And Gabriel makes a little bit of a mistake and is stuck in the zone and gives a free climb to Logan on the red side of the field. We'll have to take a look at that before our match is officially decided, but 15 seconds remaining. Lots of shots up and in from both alliances. 7 seconds left. Nobody is climbing yet. Gabriel lines up and gets it up and in. Taylu gets a free climb, and that is the end of the match. We will, of course, put that match under review while we take a look at the free climbs given, just to make sure that everything is all good.
I didn't know it was necessary to put it under review. It looked pretty obvious to me visually in terms of that they were given the free climbs, and both of them would have to be taken away in order to change the match result, I believe, right?
Believe so.
Yeah, no, they both look good to me as well. I was watching.
Were both perfect. Yeah.
Clear cut. Also, Nick, if you have a moment during the match, for the future, are we able to change the overlay so it's discord.gg/XRC? Unrelated.
Another time, yes.
Yes.
Not today.
I said it because it was in my brain. This means we're going to finals 4. Do you have stuff set up? Like you just type it.
Watch this. Ready? Boom. Look at that.
Oh, that was smooth.
Damn. Okay, sounds good. All right. Let's go back on then.
We were never off. So.
Oh, damn. Okay. All right then.
But we are ready for Finals 4. And in Finals 4, once again, for the final time unless there was a tie, it's Taylu,
Don't
Logan.
manifest it.
Yeah. Taylu, Logan, Metal Jello in the red bumpers going up against Brennan, Adam, and Gabriel in the blue bumpers. Again, we are tied 1-1. The alliance to win this match will be the winners of this event. This is SRC Carina Regional Finals. It all comes down to this. Let's get it started.
Alrighty, here we go for the final match. All robots are on the move, getting their cargo balls shot up and in. Metal Jello is a little bit dead on the field. Logan jumps off the field. This has been a common theme, and we're tied 32-32 at the end of auto. This is very, very close. Very few cargo balls separate these two alliances. Red gets a little bit more up and in, though. Blue puts some up to match, and red does the same. 1 minute 55 seconds remaining. 2 shots up for red, 3 shots up for red, but Logan misses that 1 shot. Blue not doing a whole lot to match that red alliance at the moment. Not really sure where all the blue cargo balls are on the field right now. Metal Jello looking for some cargo to put up into the upper hub. Gabriel trying to do the same for the blue alliance. Metal Jello missing that 1 cargo ball, and Blue Alliance has a chance here to catch up a little bit, although they're not really taking that big advantage of it at the moment. 86 to 80. Very few cargo balls separate these two alliances with 1 minute and 15 seconds remaining. 34 cargo having been scored for red, 34 cargo having been scored for blue. It is so close. 2 points separate these two alliances. Brennan grabbing some cargo, getting it up and in. Lots of blue cargo going in, and we are now tied. Blue is now in the lead ahead of the Red Alliance, and the Red Alliance now is in the lead ahead of the Blue Alliance by only a little bit. This is a very close match, and it's going to come down to climbs yet again. Adam pushing up against Metal Jello. This is a very, very, very intense final match here. 6 points separate the two alliances. Shots being put up, matched shot for shot by the other alliance. One of the blue alliance's shots having gone into the lower hub, and they are down to an odd numbered score. 25 seconds remaining. We are in the end game period now. Telu puts a shot up and in. Metal Jello misses their shot. Logan puts 2 up. Adam puts 2 up. 15 seconds remaining. Nobody is climbing yet. Gabriel is going to start going and looking at it, decides to go grab an extra shot. Will there be time for climbs? Gabriel lines up and jumps, is up. Adam jumps and misses, and that's the end of the match. 181 to 162, your final score for the final match of the 2022 regional season. And your event winners, Logan 4476, Metal Jello, and Telu 9.
Well, that was a spectacular final series. The final's so nice, we had to play the matches thrice, 4 times. Anyways, very well done by Alliance 1. Logan, Metal Jello, or Telu, actually the captain, Logan and Metal Jello, defeating the number 2 alliance of Brennan, Adam, and Gabriel in a 2-1-1 series. Absolutely wicked. GG's all around. Maximum gamers. You know, I think that was a lot of fun, folks. And congratulations to anyone who won some power cells.
We were very close to one person winning a whole lot of power cells if blue won. You know, that would have, because 100% of the power cells were voted on red. But there was one person that put a little bit on blue, and they would have taken home 17.2 thousand in winnings. It's a 1 to 344.52 return ratio. But in the end, it is going to be not that many winnings for the people that voted on red, but
up and
cool.
Now that we have finished up the regional season, we are now looking at the Interstellar Championship, which will take place in, I believe, what is it, 2 weeks?
I'm not aware of when it is, but it's either next weekend or it's the weekend after that. So.
Alrighty, and we are still figuring out the details. Please stay tuned. Make sure to watch the event announcements channel as we will reveal the list of players who will be invited to the championship.
Yep, and thank you to everyone for joining us today. We thank you for joining us, and stay tuned to all things XRC Sim and SRC for more fun events, competitions, and news about the simulator. And have a good night.
Good night, folks.
Bye.